We are welcoming to the Monster Energy stage, Midas Yahoo in the Bing Lounge.
Oh, na na do do do.
We are welcoming to the Monster Energy stage, Midas Yahoo in the Bing Lounge.
Sometimes I lay under the moon and thank God I'm breathing. I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity's around, I know someday it'll all turn around. Cause all my life I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars. Our children will play, and one day, one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose. We all lose when we feed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement. Keep on moving, though the water stay raging. In this space, if we lose your way, no way, you might drive you crazy, but don't let it get away. So no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity's around, I know someday it'll all turn around. Cause all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more war. Our children will play one day, one day. One day, one day. Same as all these same, treat people the same. Stop with the violence, stop with the hate. I'm supposed to be, you know, the same song. Sing a song of freedom like my love and devote. Whoa, mama, mama, me. Life I've been waiting for. I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna. Boom. Going on, peoples. I'm good. I'm good. You know what? I'm feeling a fucking good mood. Blessed. Took in some negativity over the past few days and got rid of that negative energy and just positive vibes, man. So we're good. Shout for Volvic, shout for baby Volvic, and shout for his dad. Flying, absolutely flying. Good mood, good place, positive vibes. Hit me up, people. Let's do this shit. Welcome to the shit show. Let's do it. Whoever's jumping on, jump on. Hold on. So I need to. I fucking love this song. Absolutely love this song. Fucking love this song. Fucking vibes, man. Oh, whoa, mama, da, da, da. I lay under the moon. Right, someone new that's not been on before, hit me up. Let's see what we can do with this. I'm in a fucking good place. Positive little day, nice little walk. Well, nice little walk. One long little walk. So I'm blessed. Like I say, completely fucked up. Took on some negative energy. Don't need no negative energy, man. Fuck that. Negative shit, man. Lifetime of negativity, man. Negative thoughts, positive thoughts in a good place, man. So yeah, let's do this shit. Just been watching the boxing, that's why I've not been on. Boatsi, team corner through in the towel, the opposite team. So yeah, man. So let's see. Oh, yes, reggae, man. Oh, you're good, brother. Do you know what? I meant to message back before. Beats, man. I need to get over to Waterford in Ireland. I need to go over there. Hold on, let me knock the colour up on the screen, the contrast, stay there. Wee, that's more like it. Flying. Right, people, jump at me. Let's go. Andy Taylor's message from Scotland. Fucking hell, that screen's fucking thingy, man. Who is that? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Hold on. Right, one sec. Me. Oh. Let me message. Stay there. Ba-ba. Stay there, peoples. 1 second. One sec, guys. Sorry to be rude. Boom. Right, we're in. Let's do this shit. Oh. Muffin Mouse must be in. Are you from Salford or Oldham Calder? Wherever. Why do people, right? Just let me put my phone on divert because dickheads think it's acceptable to ring me when I'm on a live. So let's do this. Let's go back. Right, numbers are blocked. Let's go. Who's in? Someone hit me up, man. As you can. Assalamu alaikum, yara. Let me get my fucking mouth on the drink, man. This week, I want to go and see Jordan this week. Need to get down to see Jordan. If Ireland was closer, I'd be over in Waterford. Keep getting these stupid ass fucking requests, right? To join stupid ass. Alright, so we're there. Where's the link? Hello, please ring me. I am such a big fan. Fans are for hot days, mate. I don't have fans. Am I panic buying? No. People are obsessed behind me. Yes, there is 1 million bottles of water over there. There's a lot, about 30 bottles of water right there. And then you've got the ones in the fridge. But no, I don't panic buy. I've got like my washing liquid, but 1, 2, 3. Then I've got my surf. I've got like 3 boxes of that. And then I've got fabric conditioner, fabric conditioner, fabric conditioner, bold, Persil, and Lenore. Sean at what the creep. When people say I'm a big fan, like piss taking little trolls, mate. But like I said, don't have fans. Fans are for hot days. I'm a baby YouTuber. Let's not get it twisted. That is what I am. I wonder, can I put that on there? Will that fit? Stay there. Trying something. I'm seeing if this nipple thing off the top of there fits on there. Oh, it fucking does as well. Oh, game changer. Look at that. That is a game changer. Oh. Jump on, people. Cody's on the fence. Cody's on the fence about what? I don't have any dreams, man. Don't have any dreams. Just dirty dreams. Clean body, clean mind. I'm blessed. Someone just jump on, man. Someone just jump on for a bit. I'm absolutely in a good fucking mood. Do you know what? Them walks, you can't underestimate. You can't underestimate how good it is to get yourself out and about, walking and stuff. Just blew the cobwebs away today. Had a really nice day. Cody, Donny wants a chat. You jump on. If you guys want to jump on, do it. I'm good, man. Whatever you guys want to do. If I won the lottery tomorrow, I'd be in Ireland first, and then I'd go to Canada to see Muffin Mouse and Donny. He was a cool guy, man. Richie Picking is a police informer. I don't know who Richie Picking is, brother. My beard's growing. Yeah. I shaved my head as well. Just blitzed my head when I was like, can't polish a turd, but the beard is coming along nice. So I'm just chilling out. Jordan and Oinky. Yeah, it was a cool little chat. I sat back on that chat. That's probably why he likes it so much. Why go to Ireland first? Because just I've got a subscriber on here that lives in Waterford. He's a cool guy. So I go to Ireland. I go to Canada. I've had a message today from Australia, people in Pakistan, people in Dubai. Ooh. Anyone heard about Durham Prison? Ah, a shithole. Yes, Jay from Wolverhampton. What's that? What's that? What was that? What was that name that you watched around today? No reason to know that stuff, bro. Like I said, I went to see an old friend up near where I used to live. He'd gone out for Sunday dinner with his missus and the kids. So I went for a walk on my old patch. As simple as that. I'm going live to Canada, guys. Donny's in. How you doing, Donny? All right?
I'm fabulous, Cody. How are you, my friend?
I'm fantastic. How's things?
And well, they'd be better if you were here.
I wish, man. It
I
looks,
had-
you know what? The food that's served up in your house is restaurant style. It looks amazing, honestly.
Thank you, thank you. And I want to go on record right now as saying I had almost nothing to do with it. Well,
I saw Morag cooking up a storm.
and yes, yes. I don't know if she told you, but her brother is a gourmet chef. He trained professionally in France, and she learned
Ah,
quite a bit.
that might go somewhere to explaining the amazing food. Those Mexicans look very well fed.
Absolutely, yes, yes. They really look forward to it, as do I.
Yeah, because you guys, your national dish over there is Putin, Putin.
Well, yeah, yeah.
What's
You're right. It's pronounced poutine, although
Putin?
it's a traditional dish from Quebec, and most of the country doesn't speak French, but we certainly love we like putting gravy on our chips. We do.
Because it's got cheese and it got curds in it as well.
Yes,
Curds.
yes, absolutely, yes. Just to make it more fun.
Yeah, well, what it is, there's a guy from the UK and he goes by the name of Beard Meats Food. He's a competitive eater and he's actually a bodybuilder, but he's just ripped up and he
Yeah.
travels the world. And when he was in Canada, they went to eat this like national dish, and I thought, what is this? And the plate was piled high with chips and gravy and curds and like this. I think is it meat on it as well, like pulled meat or something.
Usually, no. Usually it's a side dish that's served with the meat, and a mountain of it sounds very appetizing. It sounds like a challenge that I'm well up for. However, I could feel the arteries clogging even as we speak.
A million percent, million percent. So, what you guys been up to?
Well, yesterday we did a tremendous amount of work. A lot of folks do spring cleaning, but fall cleaning is also necessary, both inside
Mm.
the house and out in the garden. And we did a tremendous amount, mostly Morag. I was there to do the grunt work, the donkey work, as they say. And as a result, you feel good when you're finished because you could look at the accomplishments you've made, and you could say, you see that right there? That's no longer a pile of jumbled stuff and rubbish. Now it's actually a garage.
Because when I looked on Google Maps, you guys were actually outside in the yard, in the front,
Oh,
out the front.
oh, brilliant, brilliant. Were we playing with the flowers and stuff?
Morag was, I think, either you was bent over or Morag was bent over, and you was doing something in the garden. One of you was stood up, the other one was like doing like I don't know, cleaning leaves or something like that. So when I
Yeah.
had to look, because you guys live on the where you guys live on the street, you're on the corner.
Yes, yes.
And then you got like I can't believe how wide the roads are there and the pavements and everything. And there was like some sort of like Humvee sort of thing in the drive, like a big. I can't remember what it was at the top of my head.
Yes, yes, yes. And yeah, the streets are pretty wide by comparison. But again, it's because we are in a relatively new town in a relatively
Mm.
new country, whereas anywhere that's well established, any of the major cities in Europe, of course, the roads are very narrow because the roads have been that way since since there were oxen.
Back in the times and stuff. Still can't get over that story with the snowball and the toilet situation.
With
Still can't get over that.
all the interesting folks that you speak to on a daily basis, I'm frankly I'm very surprised and very flattered that you remember it.
No, no, of course, man. I remember the story. I think he was like dead loud and a bit rambunctious in the morning, and then the toilet was like out away from the like freestanding, and then
Yes,
there's like a snowball thing that became a thing and rolled, and there was shit. Pardon my language. There was shit everywhere.
yes, absolutely right, absolutely right. At the expense of my dear friend John. And
That was it, John. But yeah, so what you guys been up to then? So with the Mexicans, have they gone back to Mexico now? Are they still about?
one of them has our dear friend Israel. He is now back at home in the Mexican state of Tlaxcala. He's about an hour and a half outside Mexico City, and his family are rejoicing. And we did a video chat with him and his family, and they're all thrilled. And but of course we're a little sad, but we're happy for him and happy for his family. But the rest of the crew are going to be returning over the next few weeks.
So what did they do? Did he fly from where's the nearest airport, or did he drive? Well, I'm assuming it's too long to drive. It'd be a
Yes,
massive. It'd take days for him to drive.
and oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Just the distances we're talking about is ridiculous.
So
Uh,
where did he? So where's the airport?
Toronto,
Toronto. And how far is that from you guys
and it's 4 hours drive.
to the airport?
Well, sorry. If I it's 400 kilometers, and that means
Yeah.
that if I drive, it's 4 hours. If Morag drives, it's just under 3 hours.
Although that actually, I can't believe like do you know what? You guys are just incredible, man. Honestly, really are nice people, and
Well,
it's crazy, isn't it? This whole little thing, we can go from Manchester to obviously to I always pronounce it Leamington.
oh yes. I mean, Leamington is the original from Leamington Spa,
Yeah,
but here, of course, we bastardize the language, so we say Leamington. Yeah.
yeah. It's sort of I think it's a pronunciation thing, isn't it? But so how's Morag doing? She in the background somewhere, I'm assuming.
Yes, she is. She's very
Bless her.
tired and sore, but she's in very good spirits. There she is.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
Okay, what's that? What's flashing? I can see something flashing. Is it a light?
Oh, yeah.
What's the light? It's cool. Bless you, man. How you doing, baby? All right?
All right. Yep. Just having a rest day. But I
I
got
don't blame you.
Yes, exactly. Thanks to yourself and all the supporters. Uh, she spent almost the entire day yesterday outside of her room, and so that's a tremendously good thing. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Like I said, good days and bad days, man. I've over the last 2, 3 days, I've not been myself. I've been things have been weighing heavy on my mind, but I just
Under-
like process information and just slide it to one side, and then another day. So today I went for a walk, and by going for a walk, it just cleared the cobwebs off and just did a couple of miles and just realized that I'm alive, I'm free, and
yes,
and
I
you're
could be in a
loved.
lot worse position. What do
and
you say, Morag?
she says, and remember that you're loved.
Yeah, bless you, man. I'm grateful. Honestly, them muffins, Muffin Mouse was cooking muffins in the kitchen, and she sent me a picture, and they look amazing. And like I say, you guys, like, there's a lot of trees in the house, though. There's a lot of greenery and a lot of plants, I've noticed.
Absolutely, both inside and outside. Again,
Mm,
I grew up in Toronto, and
yeah,
and I lived there for the first 40 years of my life. And so it's a proper city, so that if you're right downtown, then your back garden is about the size of a king size bed. It's they're tiny because the
is
real
that
estate
small?
is ridiculously expensive. But out here in the country, we don't have acres, but we certainly have got a big enough space to have several nice trees in the backyard and and a nice pool and stuff, so that it's a bit of an oasis.
It's great. Are you still doing the like cinematography and things like that, Donny, or is that like in the old previous life?
And well, Morag, yes, Morag worked in the film industry for many years, and
Yeah,
and and it was a massive sacrifice for her to retire from that when we moved out here to the country, and
yeah.
and of course to say I appreciate it is a vast understatement,
Yeah.
but she still retains quite a lot of the connections that she made with folks within the industry.
I thought I sort of I must have I know that Morag did, but I thought you had a sort of a hand in that sort of world. I might have completely got that mixed up.
No, that was just that was purely wishful thinking on my part. I'm an aspiring heart trapped within a failing body and and a so-so brain.
I'm telling you. But Morag's had a good day today, or yesterday. She had a good day.
Oh yes, both, absolutely, yes.
Bless
Morag
them, man.
wanted.
And the thing is, with the company thing as well. So where are the Mexicans staying? Are the Mexicans staying at your house, or are they staying in like a hotel?
Oh well, each of the larger farms, they have housing facilities for the migrant workers. It's part of the contract that they sign that there must be adequate housing and kitchen facilities and proper sanitation and access to health care and all sorts of things like that. And every paycheck that the Mexicans earn, then the same percentage of federal and provincial tax is taken from that, the same as if they were citizens as well.
And then when they get 65, they'll get the money back.
And then once they reach the age of nominal retirement, which would be 65, then all of the federal tax contributions that they've made over the years will get returned to them in one big happy lump sum.
It's unbelievable. And like I said, you guys are so hospitable as well, like taking these people in and feeding them, and they become friends, obviously.
Absolutely, and vice versa. In 2005, when we were trapped in Cancun by Hurricane Wilma,
Oh, yeah, tell them about that.
there was legions of complete strangers who went out of their way to help us, and
Tell that
yeah,
story then.
I could never be grateful enough to those folks. And I
How
might
bad was it? Go on. Sorry, go on.
Oh,
Sorry.
I remember that when we spoke last, I felt first of all I felt very embarrassed that I was just butting in on the conversation that you were having with Laura and with Lewis, but I was grateful for the opportunity.
That's cool, man. I'm grateful that you guys come on because do you know what? I had a really deep conversation with Morag and we're talking about like, she'd probably disagree with this word, but I'd say conspiracy theories. She's like, it's fact. And yeah, that she was talking, do you know what? The conversation was riveting. And you know what? I'm embarrassed to say I've still not got around to watching what she told me to, only because my phone has just been getting like so many messages and
Absolutely.
interactions and things like that. But I need to catch up with this. What does Morag make of Trump, COVID, coronavirus, him and Melania?
Well, uh,
That's the cure, buddy.
we both feel that this is all part of the narrative, part of the plan. And it's I don't. Firstly, we don't for a minute think that the virus itself is fictitious. Of course, it's real,
Yeah.
and 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 I don't think for a moment that Trump's contracting it is fabricated either. But it's a very savvy political machine that could take a situation like that and work it in such a way as to be advantageous. For example, if some of the naysayers were to say, "Oh, well, Trump doesn't believe in it," and he wants everybody to get sick. Well, this would sort of counteract that,
The cure's coming for
and
cancer, for everything.
and also because there have been numerous proper, authenticated, peer-reviewed studies that show the effectiveness of the hydroxychloroquine. That the whole back and forth debate about vaccines versus no vaccines, that can become a complete moot point if a viable, affordable, uncomplicated cure is available instead. And so
Yeah, and then obviously, when's the election run? November.
yes, the beginning of November.
Trump's out of the hospital.
And the last time around, 4 years ago, on election night 2016, Morag and I were in Mexico City on that evening, and you can imagine the sentiment there was a little mixed, to say the least.
Yeah,
Because
1,000%. And
well, a lot of the left media, a lot of the left wing media tried to get as much mileage as they could out of the little blurbs where Trump was discussing some of the less desirable members of the migrant caravan that was making its way from Central America through Mexico towards the U.S. border, and so the quotes that were often used were. They're rapists, they're murderers, they're drug dealers, etc. And and of course, those types of people exist in all societies and in every town and city in every country in the world. But but by and large, the Mexican folks are surprisingly conservative in their political views. Like for example, the city of Tijuana, which is just over the border from the city of San Diego, California.
yeah,
California being the leftist mecca, and but Tijuana, the folks there again are surprisingly conservative. I don't know if it has to do with their Catholic upbringing or or not, but as the caravan, as the migrant caravan was approaching Tijuana to try and move across the border into San Diego, California, the some of the entrepreneurs in that area seized upon the situation, and they made hundreds and hundreds of replica baseball caps, red ones with white letters, but instead of Trump's slogan, "Make America Great Again," these ones said, "Make Tijuana Great Again."
love
They,
it.
they
So,
have
one,
for paid actors. There's pictures of them. Like, don't get into it.
what do you want to say? Something about paid actors.
Yeah, well, she was also saying that the caravan itself was partially funded by folks whom collectively would be known as the deep state.
It's crazy over there. It seems to be a different, like over there you've got Bible Belt, and then I think in the South it's quite, but like then you've got your Democrats and your Republicanism. Then you've got the sovereign citizens with the what's the flag called? What they've got the
Yes. The snakes.
Confederate
Oh, the Confederate flag. Yes, yes.
flag and stuff. Yeah.
White rights.
And do you know? Before I forget, I also wanted to mention that we've so much enjoyed your lives with the folks that you've had on. The young fellow Jordan. That was fascinating and very inspiring, very heartwarming.
Yeah, do you know what? And then in his partner also came on as well, Jodie. She came on a few days later as well, and she
Oh,
lived a hell of a life.
I'm sorry I missed that one, but Morag watches all of your stuff over and over again, and Morag just yes, Jodie is lovely. She's a wonderful person.
Yeah, she been through a hell of a lot, suffered with mental health, and 3 children that grew up that ended up in care and like mental health, and her mum was an alcoholic, and then she suffered with alcoholism, and
Wow.
she's attempted suicide countless times, and they've sort of like 2 sort of people that have been like Jordan, from Jordan's background, he'd been broken by his experiences, and then Jodie had been broken by hers, but they sort of gravitated towards each other. I was actually on
Yeah.
the phone to him earlier. I'm going to go and meet them for a coffee this week, just to
Oh,
have a catch up with him and everything. What's
oh,
Morgan saying?
Nice,
she's a,
nice.
nice. That's fabulous. That's
Just
wonderful.
networking, man. Just the nice people. So, and the thing is, what seems to happen with the channel, it seems to be like a lot of people that are talking about things that people can relate to. Either they've gone. Not everyone comments. There's a lot of people that watch that don't actually comment. And what's
Sure.
happening is that they're seeking solace, or they can relate to it, or it makes them feel like they're not alone, or it makes them want to seek help, or that there's people that have come on that have been drug addicts, and everyone's story is, there's no pressure to tell your story. No one's under any duress, and if they feel uncomfortable, I say, look, don't touch base with it, move on. But yeah, it's just a crazy sort of scenario. And like I say, I mean, I think everyone needs a Donny in their life, to be honest, because you've saved Morag. No, genuinely though, genuinely.
Everybody needs a Cody in their life.
Yeah.
That'll probably take years off the live, but no, honestly, just supporting people, listening to people, and talking out the problems, and breaking down misconceptions, and breaking
Yes.
down stigmas and things about mental health, and like things that people have been through. People that come to this channel, as some of these people are amazing, and they've been through the worst things imaginable, but yet they're still here.
Exactly.
And,
It's a testament. It's a testament not only to their own resilience and their own toughness and the strength of their spirit, but it's also a testament to the great potential good that your channel does, that your channel has, it embodies. Uh, a few days ago, earlier this past week, Morag and I were at the doctor's, and Morag mentioned that she refers to your channel as a support group, and the doctor was very enthusiastic about it because, well, like you said, because of the lack of pressure, because of the absence of prejudice and judgment, because of the massive amounts of support and empathy. It's in a lot of ways, it's so much better and so much easier to go through your experiences through you than towards a doctor or a psychologist, someone who, despite their professional training, cannot provide the same level of coziness, of confidence that you can.
yeah, I think that, like I said, Jordan said the other day, he was like, I feel a lot more comfortable and laid back and easy talking to you than I do, say, a psychiatrist or something. And like I say, a lot of these psychiatrists, they are very academically clever, and they can process what you're telling them, and they can work you out as a person. But a lot of these people that are in these academic jobs and everything, they know everything about psychology and processing information and pigeonholing you as a person. But
Yes.
have they actually lived your life? Have they experienced things that you've experienced? And for a lot of these people, some of them might, but a lot of them won't. And yeah, and like I said, I put myself down, and I put the channel down a lot. But like, when you look at it, when you like put it in them terms that you've just put it in, it seems to be that like we're all, it's like people said it's like a community, and people are interacting with each other. And I know Morag was in contact with Laura, and it's just sort of like a little network, and people, we've all been through negative things, but we find solace in each other, and it's easier opening up to a stranger than it is, say, somebody that you know, or that you are friends with or family with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm not quite sure of the dynamic behind that, but you are so right. you are so very right. Another thing that Jordan mentioned, the idea of him spending a fair amount of time fishing. I think that's wonderfully therapeutic. I think it's a brilliant thing.
Hold on, I'm sorry. There's a comment there that I need to get up that I was struggling to get up.
Oh yeah,
There we
please.
go. So in the UK, I don't know if you've ever come across the name David Attenborough, Donny.
Oh yes, yes.
He's a nature guy, and he's got a very calming voice. So if you can look on the screen there, it says, Muffin Mouse, your husband has a voice like David Attenborough. I could listen to him for hours. He's very calming.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's brilliant. Poetry, power, and pistols. Thank you very much for the praise. Yeah, and yes, I have been told before that my melodic, sonorous, droning monotone is just perfect for putting people to sleep.
You know what? I have you're interesting where I taught people to sleep because of like falling asleep and everything. Apparent Donny, right? Listen, I don't know. First name Donny, right? He's no relation to Osmond, but according to Morag, you have a great singing voice.
No. Oh my goodness, no. No, dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Come on, let's do it.
It's
what
like
are you going to sing for us?
It's like when you watch the first episodes of a new season of Pop Idol when they have the raw auditions.
No.
That it's shows like that remind me why I am not a professional singer or a musician, because inside me I have a tremendous appreciation for it. However, there's a difference. There's a difference between somebody who's just shite and someone who is passable. But then again, there's an even greater difference between somebody who is passable and somebody who is actually gifted with real ability. And it's marvelous.
Give me a little Frank Sinatra, guy.
The effortlessness with which it comes out, it's staggering. It's just staggering. I maintain, because I was raised as a Buddhist, so I maintain that in at least one previous life, I must have been a reasonably good singer or a musician.
In a previous life.
Yeah, yes, because I also a comedian in a separate previous life. Because in this present life, I have the desire, but I do not have the ability. I mean,
yeah. Do you know what? With music, for me, it's something that I find very relaxing. And when I'm agitated or aggravated or whatever, I just find it very therapeutic. As I'm listening to you, I'm just trying to make somebody a moderator because there's people. Hold on, sorry to be rude. I'm being completely rude. Where is he gone? Where is he gone? Where is he gone? There.
Rude in the slightest. You do your thing, man. I'll keep moving away.
Sorry, no. So with music, Donny, what it is for me, music can reflect my mood. So if I'm in a good place, I can listen to happy music. If I'm sad or depressed, I can listen to like a slower sort of things. Then in other times, I'm listening to the oldies, like the 80s, which was my era that I was brought up in, or acoustic music. But it calms my whole demeanor.
Absolutely. Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast. I mean, cliches exist for a reason, because there's a kernel, there's a central element of truth. Absolutely right. And when you mention the 80s, now, so when you say the 80s, you mean like the techno pop scene, like Human League?
No, literally like my stepdad brought me up listening to, like, he listens to a lot of Madness.
Okay.
So Madness are like, I think they're classed as ska.
Yes.
Ska, SKA. But Madness used to.
Hey, you! Don't watch that. What's this? This is the heavy sound, the nuttiest sound around. So if you're coming off the street and you're beginning to feel the heat, well, listen, Buster, you better start to move your feet to the rockinest, rock steady beat of madness. One
Dude.
beyond.
Yeah, 1,000. Literally, that was my. That's what I used to listen to growing up. My stepdad used to have it on, so I used to listen to it. But yeah, so Madness, um, the Police as well, Sting and the Police.
Absolutely. When
I
when
went from
when
listening to the Police, Donny, to getting chased by him. Yeah, it wasn't. I thought it wasn't how I think my music taste would develop. But yeah, I went from listening to the Police to getting chased by the bloody things. But yeah,
well,
it's
well, you
all
know,
the better for the experience, man.
well, you
But
need
yeah,
you needn't have brought
Donny's got his own captive audience here. So vanilla cheesecake for my viewing. He seems a good person, Donny. Give us a short song. Then you've got Oh My God, that was awesome. Go Donny Go from Dusty Nuggets.
uh your wonderful audience. You know, the words thank you are so very, very small compared to the enormity of gratitude that I feel. But all I could say is thank you. And a wiser person would say, hey, oi, don't encourage him. Don't encourage him because it'll make you fucking sick.
Hey, Donnie, tell Cody about how you used to read me The Wind and the Willows in
And
all the different voices.
oh yes, yes, yes. I was very lucky in that the high school I went to had an enormous English department, and because words have always been my friend, and because numbers have never been my friend, I gravitated towards the English department. So, for example, in your final year of high school, it was at the time. In order to graduate, it was mandatory that you had one final year English course that you passed,
Yeah.
and and for one reason or another, I ended up finishing high school with six final year English courses under my belt, and one of them was English literature. So a lot, and of course, it's ridiculous to even think that in the space of 9 months that you could do any more than just dip your toe into the water of the huge depth of English literature. But we did go through quite a lot of the classics, and and not just the highbrow stuff like Shakespeare again, which not to knock Shakespeare or Marlowe or any of his contemporaries, but even some of the wonderful children's literature. Morag just called out the example of The Wind in the Willows, which is a beautiful, beautiful book.
Does anyone know it? You know it, Cody?
And do you know the story of The Wind in the Willows?
Is it The Wind in the Willows? Is it? I'm sure there's a frog in it, but I don't. I've got to be honest. I've heard of it when I was a kid, but I've never. Yeah, a
Absolutely right.
frog or a toad.
That's Mr. Toad. Yes, and Mr. Toad is almost everybody's favorite character because he's a nutter and he's rich and he don't give a fuck.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Do you know what? There's just. Is Morag on the bed? Is she on the live chat, Morag?
Hi.
Are you on the live chat, Morag, on your phone?
Yeah, Donnie is.
Morag. Oh, right, no, I'm just Donny's just got his own thing here. We thank you, Donny. I'm grinning from ear to ear. I think you'd be awesome voiceover for cartoons and that sort of thing.
Oh, bless you.
That's what he should do. He used to read me the book, you know.
Yes, I used to because Morag has been
Hates reading.
well, she hates reading because she's dyslexic, but I was fortunate enough to be able to read The Wind in the Willows to her, and
Ah,
so that was a lot of fun, and you could do different voices for rat and for toad and for mole and for badger, and
I did not know that Morag was dyslexic. I did not know that. I completely. I didn't pick that up. As she said it, I've missed it. I had no idea. So I apologize, Morag, about that.
That's why I'm always worried about typing.
yes, yes, and no need to apologize. She probably didn't mention it because she is pretty self-conscious about it, and for that reason she's always leery about typing or writing for fear of misspelling and stuff. And whereas I tell her, don't worry about it. It's okay. The folks, they
Cool,
understand.
man. I'm lucky, man, because it's like, even though I wasn't academic in school, I sort of like, I just, for some reason, I'm good at spelling, but my punctuation and grammar leave a lot to be desired. A lot to be desired. I
Oh,
put in grammar things and punctuation in the wrong places and
Yeah.
full stops, and then, oh, it's a nightmare.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. And the some of the other classics that that like for myself, I haven't read anything new in many years. Or the newest thing that I've read would have been the Harry Potter books, which are a great story, not not greatly written. Oh, and see now Joe Rowling's going to have me hunted down and beaten up. But again, great story, great characters, but just the language itself is different. The Wind in the Willows is a work of art. The way that it's written, the words that are used, the way that they can paint an image in your mind, that the descriptions of a meadow or the descriptions of an afternoon sunset, it's brilliant. It's
Makes
like
me cry.
music. It's just like music. And in the same category, do you know the children's book Watership Down?
Rabbits, I think Watership Down, Rabbits comes to mind.
Yeah.
Exactly. Rabbits, yes. Hazel and Little Fiver and Bigwig,
There's a
etc.
little cartoon film about, I think there's a book, but when I was young, I watched there's like a cartoon animation film thing about it.
Yes,
They
yes,
redid it
yes.
now. It's
There were
on Netflix.
yeah, there were several versions. The original film was a cartoon one from the mid late 70s, but recently, just last year, Netflix released a mini series. I think it's like 4 parts or whatnot, and the animation is brilliant.
So good.
And and it's not particularly faithful to the storyline, but it's still very entertaining. And again, the the way that it's done technically is fabulous, just fabulous. Olivia Colman, whom I find very funny, she plays one of the principal characters in the second half, and despite in the book the character is male,
Yeah.
and but still I found it fun. But the book itself, Richard Adams' book, Watership Down, again, it's written just beautifully. So to have it read to you or to read it yourself, you let your imagination flow like a stream, and it's great stuff.
Can I tell Cody one thing and then I'll
And I, for all of you wonderful folks who've been so very patient, here's Morag.
No, I
It's
want
cool, man. Don't worry, man. I love Donny. There's so much love for Donny Morag on the screen. Someone
Yeah.
saying here, I love Winning the Willows. How old is Donny? 48 to 50.
Donnie's 40.
56.
Oh no, 56. What am I saying? 56. Yeah.
56.
Yeah.
Oh, just people just like, yeah. Hold on. I'm just having a look. People just like loving Donny. Evening Cody and Donny there. Donny, you're a top-notch guy. Cracking respect from Pegasus Paisley. Sorry,
Hi, Cody.
just
I have one or two things to say to you. First of all, you've got another sub. My best friend Israel in Mexico. Get this, it's so funny. He goes, "Yeah, I'm gonna try to learn more English by listening to Cody." I was like, "No, Israel, wrong English, because you will understand it."
No, he won't understand it and all that. He needs to listen to probably Queen's English. This
No,
dirty
not
man can't.
like regular English people have a hard time with the Manny accent. No, so it's like I
Yeah.
told him, but he's been listening, and he says he finds it so interesting, and he listened to the one with you and me and the other ladies, and he
Yeah.
said he cried. He heard things for the first time. He said He was trying to text the words in to find out what it meant. So it's really helped me, Cody. Anyway, so there was that. I wanted to tell you that. And there was one other thing I wanted to tell you. Oh, the brain's like a sieve today. Can't remember. No.
It'll come.
Yeah, brain's not working very well today.
Israel, viva la Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. Like those. Yeah.
Well, how do you say like my name is like como te llamas, Cody, or something like that? Is that wrong?
Cody. No.
Yeah, because when I was in secondary school or high school, as you guys call it, like I went to one school and I did Spanish for 2 years, and then I went to another school and I did German because I got kicked out for fighting. So I did Spanish for 2 years, and it was like comer, I think, is to eat, and beber is to drink.
Yeah.
Like beber, cerveza is beer.
Yeah, we drank a lot of those yesterday.
Yeah. That's I saw that. You know what? I look and I'm thinking, I want to be there. The food looks amazing. The food looks amazing, and the cooking and the environment and the people. So their English, is it broken, or you guys are speaking Spanish to them, or?
Well, Israel, he can speak a little English. In fact, a lot more than most. And he practices, he really tries. But no, we speak Spanish always in our house when they're here. Yeah.
Muffin Mouse. Go. Sorry, go on.
Moving to the country, I mean, I spoke broken Spanish, but moving here, I said, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make friends with these guys. I'm going to learn to speak the language. And through all the years, Cody, we've traveled to Mexico, to all their homes, stayed with them. It's just, and when they come here, they're welcome here. Like, they know the door's open, come in anytime. There's always food. The first time you're here, I'll get up and I'll make you something and give you a beer or whatever. But the next time, no. Get it yourself. That's just how
Poetry, Power and Pistols ask Muffin Mouse, are you Latin in origin?
No, I'm as white as they come, brother. My mom was Scottish, my dad was English, and my grandparents are all from Ireland.
So PD Bullies, he's actually Irish. He's in Waterford. He's got a very strong Irish accent. He said Morag's smile is contagious.
Oh, thank you. We'd love to have some Waterford Crystal.
Water for what? Crystal. Oh, Waterford Crystal. Oh, yeah. That's what it's famous for. I was telling him, I was like, Waterford's famous for China cups, but it's not. It's crystal.
Yeah, crystal. Yep. In fact, my mom once went to my auntie's house and washed all of her crystal and took the little labels off. She'd never used it since she got married. And my aunt was furious that she took the labels off. It's like, but in my house growing up, we used the good stuff every day. It wasn't like for Christmas. We just used the good stuff. And that's how we learn to like respect things and take care of our things and work hard for things.
He's actually just said, leave it with me. Do you know what? This guy, I've only swapped voice notes with him, but he's a lovely, lovely guy. He's a big, heavy biker guy. Yeah. Nice. He's got an heart of gold, and he's saying, leave it with me. It won't surprise me if he asks for the address and anybody send you some.
Nice one. Yeah. So Cody,
go on.
I wanted to tell you that, and I want to tell you that I love when you're walking through the channels and the canals, and you don't know what that does. It's for people that have never seen like that. I've seen it because I grew up in Nova Scotia. It's very much like that, but here you don't see that. It's like a different kind of beauty, I just love it, and it's so tranquil. And what's about all the dog shit?
The what? Oh yeah, what's with all the dog shit? So people they don't pick the dog shit up. So it's a game. It's literally, so I'm walking around and I've got my little tripod and I'm like filming, and then I'm trying to dodge dog shit, and then people walking and people on bikes and
people, like, for example, if you love your dog, You pick it up, man.
Yeah, man. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how big some of the dogs are around here, but some of them were quite big. It was
They
dog
look
shit.
like
I thought I nearly tripped over one. It was like a little mountain. I thought it was a horse. I thought, oh god. But yeah, so I was just there and just went for a little walk and a little like the sailing thing and all that sort of stuff. And
is there
it's just
travelers there?
pardon?
Is there travelers there?
There used to be travelers under there was near a bridge and there used to be travelers there. Last time I went down there was travelers there and they was all in the caravans and they had horses and the dog tried to attack, like the dog was barking at me. But no, they just there's like a little boating thing and they're all like boating and stuff and people falling over and people go on.
Is that a lake?
It's actually a reservoir. It's actually a reservoir.
Oh,
it's
so cool.
You've got people fishing.
Yeah, I love that. And how about that he knew Jordan?
Jordan's just commented actually a minute ago.
Oh, he did?
Hold on.
Yeah. Hiya, Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan just commented a second ago. I'm trying to find his message. There he is. Well,
he's like, oh yeah, I know Jordan. I was like, what?
Yeah. I literally was like, Jordan was like, I bet he's pike fishing. Jordan lives down Cheshire way. Like he's not in Manchester, he's in Cheshire. And it's like it's like south of Manchester, Macclesfield, going like down there. And he's like, oh, I bet he's pike fishing. So I've gone over. He said, oh, yeah, what's he just put there? I'm here, Morag. Hi, Morag, he just said. That's from Jordan.
And in love to you and yours.
So literally, so I've gone over. I said, oh, and I was just like, oh, a friend of mine, he's called Jordan the Angler. That's all I said, Jordan the Angler. I said, I'm on YouTube Live. And he said, I think I know him. I said, no. I said, he lives in Macclesfield. No, I got him on a Facebook. And I said, no. I said, he lives in Macclesfield. He said, no. I said, can I show your face? He goes, yeah. And then straight away, Jordan's like, Carol. I said, Carol. He said, yes, that's me. I said, oh my God. I said, how small is this? That I couldn't, it blew my mind. It really did freak me out.
For example, I don't believe in coincidence at all. I believe everything happens for a reason. Now, if this isn't a sign, I always say you get signs. First, you get a little pebble, then you get a rock, then you get a bigger rock, and then you get a big fucking boulder, man. This was a sign. That's a sign to you, Cody, that you're on the right direction. I'm telling you. Believe me.
Do you know what?
That's a sign from, I'm not going to say God because maybe people don't believe, but that's a sign from the spiritual world or whatever that you're doing. Yeah. Believe me.
Yeah. I can't believe, and the weird thing is, Jordan and this lad have never actually met each other, but they know each other through fishing, and there was a bit of a fallout because Jordan was fishing on a certain patch, and then he did an interview, and this guy was like, no, you dickhead, you blow it up, because pike fishermen, he was explaining that pike fishermen, they don't like people knowing where the spot is. They'll find a spot. And they don't want anyone else fishing their patch. So they was kicking off.
No? Pike have a lot of teeth, no?
Yeah, that's the first thing I said. And he's never had an injury, but he said it's the hooks you've got to watch because they're quite big hooks.
Yeah. Donny loves fishing, Loves it.
Yeah. So Yorkshire Monkey says Morag's accent is like velvet, which is a compliment, like velvet, like it's very smooth and just nice. It's a compliment.
Thanks, mate. I really enjoyed
Go on.
I really enjoyed his story too, and the awareness of everything. There. Yeah, like I feel it because I'm living it, So it was very
lovely man. Just an accident with a Polish lorry driver changed his life and became addicted to. Worked all his life, became addicted. No one stopped to help him. They're just there. They had to cut him out. Back was knackered, hips were knackered, and then became addicted to fentanyl patches. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And for example, the medicine I'm prescribed, Cody, daily, would knock a man off his feet. Like I give the Mexicans a pill here and there, and like they're just fucked right up, and like that's not even a quarter of what I take. So when you're in pain, those pain pills, they don't make you high. They just take the pain away. If it does. But if someone not in pain takes them, it's a different high. It goes to different parts of your brain, because if you're in pain, your brain's saying pain, 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 pain. But if you're not in pain, it goes somewhere else. It's like high, high, high. So that's how many people became addicted to it, you know? I don't take my prescribed amount. I don't take it. No way, because I'm not going to be like that, you know? I don't really have an addictive personality. I don't need it, or, you know, when I'm in pain, when I'm up and doing things, I take it. But if I'm in bed, I'll just hack the pain, you know? Yeah.
And you know what? I'm blessed that when Donny was saying that yesterday you had a good day and you was like out of the room and you guys were out cleaning the yard, and I think was you out cleaning the yard or just around the house?
Oh no. I work like a man, Cody. When I work hard, you know?
He was asking where.
No, but just how he said he said you had a good day yesterday and everything, and you felt comfortable and you was out of the room and you're doing your thing.
We sent Donnie out to the shops. He got some beers. Him and I pounded back a bunch. Donnie doesn't drink. So
does Donnie not drink at all?
He, like, if you were here, he'd have a nice shot of whiskey or something, but no, just a special occasion. But he used to drink a lot, you know, where he turned green, you know. But no, when you hit like older age, it changes, you know. You know,
if you drink whiskey though, you've got to drink Scottish whiskey. It's the only way to do it.
Sure. Oh, for sure. I love myself a nice whiskey and a little Drambuie in it. That's like top notch for me. Yeah. Anyway,
and the Mexicans, what do they drink? Do they drink like? So they drink like, because I know that Tecate is like a Spanish Mexican sort of beer, but there's like people say that Mexicans. I think it's a stereotype, but they say that they do like the tequila, but I don't know if that's just a rubbish.
God, Cody, every one of the guys that leave, when they come back, every one of them bring me a bottle of tequila.
Oh my word!
We drink, like, I love tequila. I love it, eh? That is probably one of my favorite drinks. Just a few of those, and you don't really get drunk. You get high off it. Yeah. You don't get really. Some people get really stupid. I don't, but yeah, I like my drinks. But I wouldn't sit down by myself and just pound back drinks. You know, I like to be with a lot of people and having fun. You know, the reason for the.
Yeah, hold on. Someone says here she's definitely got a Canadian. She's definitely Canadian. Like that sort of with a voice thing with that.
Yeah, that's right. And you can tell Canadians and Americans different. Americans, how do you say it? They have more twang to their voice, and it's a little bit like more forceful. Like Canadians are very soothing, calming, and generally very polite people. Thank you, please, always. You know, it's just you go to the store and someone doesn't say please or thank you. You're like, you're a stupid bitch, you know? It's just people here are very polite.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to answer this, Morag, but the same person keeps saying, "What's her illness, Cody?" I don't know if you want to touch base with it or just bypass it.
I have intestinal issues that don't work very well. My intestines don't work, and I have something called fibromyalgia. It's very painful, and I have
joints in it. Is it joints and stuff like that? Joints and balls and joints and aches, but it's supposed to be like proper debilitating.
It sure is. And for example, that medicine that Trump, you know, talks about all the time, I was on that medicine for 10 years. So if it's going to kill you, it would have killed me, you know? And that's what they give to people for lupus. So my doctor diagnosed me with lupus many years ago because the way they tested is through your blood. And it came back that I had lupus. But then after like 15 years, she said, sorry, we misdiagnosed you. I was like, what? I've been on all this medicine for all these years? And yeah, they misdiagnosed me. But last week, I just went to the doctor again for my blood results. And they were like, your blood is not normal. you're very, very high in white blood cells, which
Yeah.
should mean they tested me last week for leukemia. They don't know why, but they can't get my blood cells under control. It should be I should have an infection or a virus with high blood cells, but it's my whole life. So something's wrong. We just don't know what it is. Yeah.
I'm hoping it's nothing serious anyway. Do you know what? So Maggie May says Canadians are known for being nice with a love heart.
Bless. Yes. Yeah.
How
Not
is
bad.
Carl Heaton says, how's coronavirus in Canada?
There's really they say there's tons, but there isn't. The hospitals are empty. I can attest to that because I go to the hospital. It's empty. Apparently 3 Mexicans had coronavirus out of 5,000, but they probably had something else. And for example, it's just come out that every doctor that says coronavirus death, they get 10 grand kickback, eh? So there's people dying in car accidents, motorcycle accidents, heart attacks, and they just writing it down as COVID.
Someone says here, oh, go on. Sorry, go on, Morag. Go on.
No, say, you please.
No, people just, someone says here, Michelle McGar says, if you were enjoying yourself, why not, Morag? Hold on. Thumbs up. Give me Canada over America any day.
Yeah.
And then Scottish flags and people just like, wow, hold on. Where is it? There's another one then. Canada is as awesome blaze as in weed, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And it's legal here. In fact, a lot of the greenhouses, like the other day, last week, the guys came over. One brought a big, huge box of tomatoes. Probably how many? 150 tomatoes? 150 tomatoes. The other box was cucumbers. I don't know, probably 200 cucumbers, little baby ones, you know? And then the other guy, he brought a big bag of weed.
Oh, shit.
But it's legal.
Go on.
It's legal here. And a lot of the greenhouses this year have taken out the tomatoes and the cucumbers, and they've replaced it with pot, right? So
to smoke that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. As I'm talking to you, Morag, people just literally, Diane says, Marcus says here, Morag and Donny are real people.
Hi, Marcus. Hi, honey.
There's loads of just, honest to God, it's going crazy.
I want Donny. I see PPP. That's what I call him. He's sweet, really. You know, he's. I love him and his words. They always make good sense. And I felt bad for him when he got the boot because really he didn't deserve it. You know?
No, do you know what? I don't know. It wasn't me that booted him. It was one of the moderators that must have booted him. I had no issue. I've got no issue with the geezer. None at all.
I know you don't. And like they were just riffing back and forth. It was kind of funny, but if you don't get that humor, it might bother you, you know? Cody, I want Donny to tell you about the hurricane. Have you ever been in a hurricane?
No, this is Hurricane Wilma that you're talking about.
Holy Mother of the Lord. It was.
What we're talking, is it 5 on the scale? Like a 5 with the worst one?
Category 5 we were at. It was crazy, man. Like palm trees flying by us. It was crazy. The water was over, you know, an 18-wheeler. Oh, Donny wants to say. I'm sorry. Here's Donny.
To me, to you, to me. Go on, Donny.
Hi. Well, only because it's unfair to the listener to start a story in the middle, and the 2005 hurricane season is well known for Hurricane Katrina, which decimated New Orleans, and after that was Hurricane Rita, and usually again August, September, that's when you're going to get the worst of the storms. And after Hurricane Rita had finished doing what she was doing to Texas, a lot of folks figured, okay, wow, that was a pretty brutal season, and thank goodness it's over. And at the time, I subscribed to a service that would give you email alerts if there were really good last minute travel vacation deals available. And
Mm.
and so I got one of those alerts at the end of September uh, for a for a 5-star hotel in Cancun, right on the beach, and Cancun is a peninsula which is shaped like the number seven, and so you've got hotels going up one coast, hotels going along the other coast. This one was right on the point, so you've got beautiful views, marvelous place. A place like that at that time, again 15 years ago, a place like that would have been about $1,500 Canadian for a week. And the email alert that I got was for $405 for the week, and this included your airfare. And I was, oh my god, this is too good to be passed up.
To be true.
And
Yeah.
so but the deal was that you had to leave. I think it was a week later. That was the departure date. So okay, fine, let's do it. Yes, yes. So scramble, get down there, and
5-star hotel.
and the first day was marvelous. Again, 5-star hotel, great service, wonderful amenities, everything you could hope for. The second day, the ocean was not especially rough, but a lot of the seaweed, which would normally just be out in the ocean, a lot of the seaweed had washed up on the beach, and the flags they fly on the beach, indicating green for great conditions, everybody jump in and have fun, uh, whereas amber or yellow would be caution, only strong
Mm.
swimmers, please. You know, parents, watch your kids, and be careful of the elderly, and etc. But
Mm.
nothing that scary. The third day, we were told that the water is too rough, so the beaches were open, but nothing to do, and the hotel is very, very large. There was almost 5,000 guests there from all over, and they were crowding the various swimming pools and stuff like that. And Morag and I weren't interested in hanging out at the pool, so we
I
thought
told you,
we
remember?
thought,
We got
okay, this is a
something
great
going on.
day for going into town. Go into town, visit the local markets, chat with the real people, which we did. And when we were in the markets, usually, like in a lot of parts of the world, when you go there, you're expected to haggle prices with the folks. And and when we were there, we saw that so many of the merchants were not haggling at all. They were just asking rock bottom prices for things which would normally be a lot more expensive. And and myself, I didn't think twice. I just thought, hey, great, fantastic, all right. Whereas Morag was very trepidatious of it. She says, "There's a reason. There's a reason that that hammock, which is hand tied and made of silk, which would normally go for $800 or $900, the guy's willing to part with it for $100 cash. No, there's something not right going on here." And it's because there was a large hurricane coming that we
Yeah.
that we were unaware of, but the locals were aware of it. So after we finished with the markets, we came back around supper time, and I've got my arms full of bags of souvenirs and stuff that we had bought. We get to the hotel, and we see so many of the folks that we flew down with. These folks are all queued up in the lobby with their luggage. And when they saw us, they said, "Oh, thank God you're here. Where have you been, Mike? Come on, let's get ready, get ready. We gotta go. We gotta go." What? Where are we going? We're going to the airport. What?
Yeah.
We're being evacuated to the airport? No, no, no. We're going home. We're getting out of here. Didn't you hear what's going on? I said, but what are you talking about? Oh, the hurricane, massive hurricane coming. Come on, you got 10 minutes. The buses are going to be here in 10 minutes. And there was there was no way that I'd be able to pack all of my stuff in 10 minutes. And when Morag travels, she brings lots of decorations and festival lights and stuff, so that the hotel suite ends up looking more like a nightclub, which is
Pretty much.
great. And of course, it's stupid and petty to think to yourself, well, uh, that that pair of shoes is worth so much that I'm willing to jeopardize my own safety and the well-being of my beloved Morag because I don't want to leave those shoes behind. It's stupid and petty to think of things that way, but that I kind of did. Plus, the only folks that were lined up to leave were the folks that were on our flight from Canada. All of the other folks who were from various locations in America and various European locations, those folks did not have the opportunity. They were going to stay there, come hell or high water, as the saying goes. And I went to the internet cafe, and some of the European folks they were monitoring the various weather stations on the internet, weather.com, places like that.
Yeah.
And yes, there was a very large hurricane which had just killed a bunch of folks in Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and it was headed our way. But it was not going in a complete straight line. It was sort of zigzagging a little bit. So there was a good chance that it would veer away from Cancun and hit Cuba instead. And I thought, well, this is yeah, we could risk it. We could risk it foolishly.
Yeah.
It's 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 the height of stupidity to tempt Mother Nature that way. It's
Mhm.
hubristic, I think, is the proper saying. But anyway, so yes, all of the rest of the Canadians left, and we stayed. And then the next morning, we were awoken at an ungodly early hour by some of the hotel staff who came in and were applying a very wide duct tape to the windows. And we were staying on the eighth floor. And we were told, this is your evacuation order. You've got 15, 20 minutes or whatnot. And looking outside, it wasn't even raining. There was no torrents. There was no high winds, nothing like that. But
Mm.
they said, just bring a pillow and a blanket, and be down in the lobby and wear something warm and comfy. Of course, you're going on vacation in a tropical paradise. You don't have you don't have a lot of winter clothing with you, but still, doesn't matter.
Mm.
So we went down, and some luxury motor coaches were waiting there to take us further inland in town, and we were evacuated to a gymnasium which was built like a stone Mayan pyramid. This gymnasium complex was large enough that it was shared by several different public schools and secondary
Mm.
schools in the downtown Cancun area. So it was a very large place, and the hotel staff were there. They had made makeshift kitchens in some of the rooms, and were doing their best to keep us all happy and whatnot. And because the weather was still relatively benign, we were allowed to
I am
come and
listening,
go.
Donny. Go on. I am
Uh,
listening.
oh yeah, we were allowed to come and go as we pleased. So
Yeah.
uh, when we first walked in, there were already over 1,000 people in there, and sitting in these in the kind of long bench seats that we refer to as bleachers. and
Yeah.
and they were all pasty white tourists like ourselves. And but
Mhm.
Morag scanned the crowd, and she saw, up there, there's one Mexican fellow there. I'm going to make friends with him because he's a local, and he'll be able to help if any shit goes down. So she went up to him, introduced herself, and he was very very agreeable, very nice. His name was Ivan, and little wee Mexican fellow, and so we were speaking with him, and and he was, yeah, very very nice fellow. Later that and we asked him, "Are you here on vacation?" And he said, "No." He says, I'm a truck driver, and I'm here as part of work, but they told me that don't bother bringing the truck back, just find some shelter." Okay. And later that evening, the wind started picking up tremendously. And if you ever speak to somebody who has firsthand witnessed either a hurricane or a tornado, very often they will say something to the effect that it sounded like a freight train. And I've heard that many, many times, and I couldn't understand it. I know what a freight train sounds like, but how can the wind do anyway? It's true. Yes, yes, it sounds just like a freight train, and
Yeah.
except there's no bells and whistles. Sorry. Uh, yes. So as the wind picked up, the ceiling of this place, which was made of very thick, heavy steel, the ceiling began to rattle, and the ceiling began to lift off in one corner, and rainwater started pouring in, and that was a wake up call for a lot of folks who were trying to get some sleep. This would be about maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. Even the authorities had not counted on the strength of the storm, because uh, when when a hurricane makes landfall, immediately it loses power because it gets its strength from the warm water of the Caribbean Ocean, so that you rapidly see storms going from category 5 to category 4 or 3 as soon as they make landfall. And thank goodness, because less destruction, less people die.
Yeah.
What we didn't know was that the storm was still about 100 miles offshore. This was just the buildup, and the winds were coming in at well over 100 miles an hour. Now, when the roof came off, the authorities again were taken by surprise. They scrambled and they said, "Oh my God, we've got almost 5,000 tourists here. We've got to get them out. Where do we take them? I don't care. Doesn't matter. Just get them somewhere, not here." And these small little rickety old school buses, some of which were rusty to the point with the holes in the floor and things like that, were hastily loaded upon them, and that by that time the wind was so strong. Now I'm not as big as anywhere near as big as you, Cody, but I'm almost 6 feet tall, and I'm at the time I was 200 pounds, and it I had a soldier holding each of my arms to help me to get the maybe 20 paces from the front door to where the bus was waiting, because the wind was that strong. It was just incredible. They took us from the great big stone pyramid to a series of small little schoolhouses which were made of wood, and but further inland. And by this time, the incoming water from the storm surge, the water was about almost almost up to your knees. Now, my memory. Sorry, I'm just walking to get a cigarette.
Here.
That's
And
cool.
oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Here's one I
Terrible,
prepared earlier.
terrible, filthy, disgusting habit.
Yeah, it's cool.
Now, so yeah, when we got to these when we got to these little makeshift schoolhouses, they were simply just trying to keep us out of the elements. And the classroom that we were brought into was about the size of our of the master bedroom here, which is about 15 feet by 15 feet, and the classroom was not much bigger than that, and there was 40 of us in there, standing, pretty much standing room only, and these little wee tiny desks and chairs that are, for kids that are primary school, 8-year-olds and stuff like that. And my memory is a tad blurry for the next part because it was just god awful. In the in the large stone pyramid refugee shelter, again, there was all sorts of amenities, lots and lots of fresh fruit, hot food, water, towels, etc., blankets, cushion, you name it. Whereas when we got to the little schoolhouse, all we had was the soaking wet clothes on our back, which in my case was a tank top, a pair of shorts, and some sandals. And that's it. We had Morag and I between us. We had one bottle of water and one banana, and that was it for the next 2 days, 2 days and one night. And it was a horrifying experience. Of course, being packed into such close quarters uh, is bad enough, but then you have the impending threat of complete destruction, because now the wind is picking up so much that you look out the window and you can see palm trees that are a good 30, 40 feet tall, palm trees coming out of the ground just like corks from champagne bottles.
Flipping.
You see a Volkswagen van, the old style Volkswagen vans, being blown being blown across your field of vision, just as though it was a bit of scrap paper. It's obscene.
The water's now coming up into the room.
And again, the storm surge is building and building, so that by the end of that first evening, the water was so high that it was coming into the classroom, and the floor of the classroom was a good 3 feet above the surface of the road, above the tarmac. And uh, you've got no electricity, you've got no source of warmth,
No food.
and
No
again,
water.
and again, no food and no water except for a banana and one bottle.
And
The
the Americans were getting pissed.
and of course, folks are afraid. Everybody was afraid, because when you're faced with your own mortality, you start to think desperate thoughts.
We wrote our names on our bottom.
Now, the teacher's cupboard had some typical school supplies that you would expect in any primary school classroom. One of which was a like a Sharpie, a magic marker, and we used that. And Morag and I, we wrote our names and and part of our addresses on our upper arms, so that if our bodies were recovered, they would know who we were and where we were from. And with that sort of a mindset,
The water was
it
up
was very
past the
grim.
chairs.
It was very, very grim. By the I'm pretty sure that by the second night that we were there, the water was waist deep, and
And that was even before the hurricane.
and of course it is filthy water. There again, along with the trees and parts of buildings and rooftops flying by. The water has also got lots and lots of human waste, dead animals, etc. And
Crazy.
and at that point, there was one young couple who I believe were newlyweds,
They left.
and and they saw that Morag was becoming very ill. Now, the uh, as I might have, oh, sorry, I didn't mention the windows of this place, of this schoolhouse. They were not glass. There was simply Venetian blinds that were made of wood, and no glass in the windows. So tons of wind is coming through and all sorts of debris. And at one point, uh, some of the debris hit so hard that the Venetian blinds were broken, and and so you've got sharp pieces of wood flying around. And Morag was cut uh, on uh, 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 on her thighs by this debris, and thank goodness not very deeply, but cut enough so that that you're standing in this filthy water with open wounds. Infection is almost a certainty.
Fighting because I wanted to pee.
And also again because people are afraid, and people have not had sufficient fresh water or food. Their tempers get very short, and you're only half a step away from like murderous violence. And so the young couple, they left, even though it was so dangerous outside that everybody was saying, "No, are you crazy? You'll be killed." They left to try and find some sort of help for Morag. Uh, that was the second night, and the rest of that night, I think I blocked it from my memory because it was so awful. I mean, even though you haven't had food in your stomach, still you feel the need to evacuate your bowels, but you can't because the water is up above your waist, and like where's it gonna go? It's like you're standing in this giant cesspit, just horrible. Even though the water is moving because of all of the wind, still it was just god awful. Now, at some point the next day, because the cloud cover was so thick, it didn't it the difference between night and dawn was almost imperceptible. It was still very very dark, and almost no light penetrating through, but we could see lights from a vehicle, a large military vehicle, the kind of which the wheels are so large that it can plow through water that's 4 or 5 feet high and still keep running. And we could see them off in the distance, but of course the wind is howling like crazy. So shouting, forget it. We had no way to make ourselves known to them. All we could do is just sort of pray, and in a severely weakened state, sometimes prayer is all you've got left. But or just hope. Let's say hope. I don't want to sound overly religious, but uh, not very long later, I can't tell you if it was only a matter of minutes or hours, but not very long. The door, there was footsteps outside the door, and uh, and then when the door opened, there was a soldier there with an automatic rifle with a machine gun, and and I've never felt now. This was the only time I'd ever had a firearm pointed at me, but I was very glad for it. I was very very glad to see this soldier, and right away he hollered to his commander something to the equivalent of here, they're here, we found them, and they helped us into their large truck, and it took us back to the original stone pyramid building,
Okay.
and which was not very far away. I thought it was. I thought it was miles and miles away, but no, it wasn't. It was only about half a mile away. And when we got back there, I guess because of geography or drainage or whatnot, the place, it wasn't underwater like the little schoolhouse would have been, but everybody was clearly freaked out, and a lot of folks were in pretty bad shape. The day after that, because you just try and sleep because you've been awake so long, just out of mortal fear that you're weary and you're physically weak from, again, uh, you know, the average human being could last 2 3 weeks without food, and you won't be happy, but you'll be alive. Whereas 3 days with no fresh water, that's a very dangerous situation for almost any human being. And when we got back to the stone pyramid, there was fruits, there was water, there were vegetables, a makeshift hospital, some paramedics, etc., folks from the Red Cross, all sorts of volunteers, and and they could see that Morag was suffering from a bad infection, to the point where I don't know if it was her liver or her kidneys that were being affected, but her skin started to turn yellow. And uh, I left Morag in the care of these paramedics, and I just went out so that I could be alone, and for the first time, I could be alone and I could cry, just out of hopelessness. and and whilst I was crying, wandering through this swampy area, which had previously been a busy downtown park, uh, I heard Yvonne's voice. When we were taken to the schoolhouse, we were separated from Yvonne, and so I was desperately looking to find him again.
We
And
knew where his truck was.
we knew where his large lorry was parked. It was bright yellow, so it was easy to find. And but I had no pen and paper, nothing to leave a note for him.
That's how high the water was. It was up above.
But yes, yes, Morag wants me to point out, so that for a large lorry, uh, in,
18-wheeler, right?
yeah, one with 18 wheels, to step up into the cab, you're several feet off the ground, and that's how high the water was, even at this time. That it was reaching the door of this 18 wheeler, and but I couldn't find him, and I plunked myself down in this muddy cesspit, and started crying like a baby. And then after I had let it out, I looked up, and there was Ivan, about maybe 50 yards away from me. There he was, standing there and waving. And just like in the movies, we ran towards each other, we embraced, we hugged, and cried like crazy. And I said, thank God you're alive, thank God you're not hurt. And he said, we're almost nobody in Mexico refers to Morag with her full name. They all say Mora. Mora is the Spanish word for, I think, a blackberry, the little fruit, and so they call her Mora. He said, "Where's Mora?" And I said, "Oh, she's really sick. She's in bad shape, Yvonne." He said, "Well, take me to her. Take me to her." So I did. Uh, I took him to where the paramedics had got the triage set up, and Morag was just lying on the floor with some towels and stuff, getting feverish, and and I stopped in front of her, and Yvonne is looking. He said, "Where is she?" And I pointed at his feet. I said, "That's her." And he's like, "What? That's it." Now again, we had only met a few days previous, but we had spent almost 48 continuous hours together with him, and he didn't recognize her because she was swollen and she was yellow. And he said, "Oh my God, we got to get her. We got to get her to a hospital." I said, "Yeah, but how? How? The city is covered with waist deep water, and so many buildings are destroyed and whatnot. It's just the city's not there anymore. How are we gonna? What are you talking about?" And this little fellow, who was about 5'3" and maybe 165 pounds, he bends over and he picks Morag up, and Morag's 5'10". He picks her up and he starts slogging through the waist deep, dirty, filthy water, and says, "Come on, let's go." I'm like, "Okay." and we took turns carrying her through the water. And in underneath the water, there's tree branches and all sorts of concrete debris and stuff that you trip over and whatnot. And uh, and it was only a few miles, but it seemed like 50 miles. But we eventually got to the hospital, and in the as luck would have it, the hospital must have been at a slightly higher elevation because the parking area for the hospital was not underwater.
But
And
half the hospital.
but the hospital was severely damaged. Part of the roof fell in, and half of the hospital was completely unusable as a result. And there was hundreds of people, local folks, in this parking lot. A lot of them with the kind of injuries you would expect of having their roofs fall in upon them, or having their houses cave in whilst they were huddled trying to stay safe. So lots of broken bones, lots of concussions, lots of nasty cuts and bleeding and stuff. And at the front entrance, there's an intern or a physician with a clipboard and a soldier. And Yvonne Yvonne runs up, and he runs through these fellows and goes into the hospital. And the soldier immediately like tries to stop him. He's like, no, 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 you can't go in there. No, no, please wait. And nothing. Yvonne takes off past them, goes into the hospital. The soldier follows him. And a few minutes later, Yvonne reemerges with the soldier and one of the hospital administrators. And his Spanish was so fast, I had no idea. I couldn't keep up with it. But he kept pointing at Morag and saying Canadiense, Canadian, turistas Canadiense. And we think it was something to the effect of, the tourism is a major source of the economic machine which keeps Cancun going. You don't want to have tourists die here because it's going to really fuck up things economically for the next years. And and as bad as I felt at the time, they took Morag in ahead of all of these folks that had been waiting for I don't know how long. All of these folks that had terrible injuries that had been waiting, they took Morag in. They wouldn't let me in. There was no room.
There was no bed. I was on the floor
What
next to somebody.
what few beds
Died next to me.
what few beds were there were being used, but they were just putting people on the floor, doing whatever they could. And whoever was laying on the floor next to Morag ended up dying while they were working on her. There was a younger couple in their 30s. Uh, they had a baby that they had brought in who had been injured, and the baby died while Morag was there. It was god awful. But after I don't know how many hours it was, but afterwards, one of the doctors came out to see me, and 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 he said in English, he gave me a sheet of paper with a bunch of stuff typed on it in Spanish, and he said when you get back to Canada, take her to the hospital. Take this paper with you. This paper says what we've given her and what we've done, because the doctors in Canada are going to need this. Okay, thank you very much. Morag still looked horrible, but she was able to walk. And as as we came out of the hospital, uh, Yvonne ran over to another group of soldiers that had a similar kind of large truck, and he convinced them to take myself and Morag and him back to the Stone Pyramid place. One thing I must say, so while we were waiting for Morag, while she was being worked on, we were a few hours just sitting in the parking area amongst all these other poor, terrible folks. That I asked him. I said, Yvonne, how were you able to remember where the hospital was? He uh, what do you mean? And I said, I'm sorry, my Spanish is shitty. I said, but because all of the road signs are down, so many of the buildings are down, everything was underwater, landmarks almost non-existent. How is it that you were able to remember how to get to the hospital? Because we didn't take any wrong turns. We went straight down one road, then turned on another, and up a third road, and that's it. Unerringly. How could you remember? And he said, no, I don't remember. I don't remember because I've never been here before. And I said, what? I said, like, don't you live here? And he said, no. He said, I live closer to Mexico City, 10 hours away. And my family's there. This is the first time I've ever been to Cancun.
Serious.
I
First and
said,
bloody last. First and
I,
last.
I said, are you kidding me? And he said, no. He said, nobody, he said, there was a big load of dog food that needed to be delivered to the Walmart in Cancun, and no other driver would take this load because of the coming storm. He said, I took the job because I need the money to feed my family. But this is the first time I've ever been to Cancun. And I said, well, that's even more incredible. How did you know which direction the hospital was? And he said the whole time, as soon as I picked her up, I just started praying. And again, I'm not a Christian, so I'm not thumping any Bibles or whatnot. But but this is what Yvonne said. He said the whole time, every step, I was praying, please God, please just send me in the right direction. Help me, help these nice folks. And it was marvelous. It was just marvelous. It was marvelous. Of course, now the vast majority of Mexicans are Catholic, just like any Latin American country. But we didn't know that Yvonne is one of the few Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Serious.
yeah. You know those folks that show up at ungodly early on a Sunday morning when you're hungover, and they're like, "Hello, have you heard the word of God today? We'd like to come and share some wonderful literature with you." Holy shit!
Like, whoa, go away, man. My best friend that I grew up with, his mum and dad used to be Jehovah's Witnesses. They was raised as Jehovah's Witnesses, but then they
Wow.
came away from it. Then they came away from it all. But yeah, I don't know much about it, but
And I have to apologize. I'm very long-winded, and I've taken up a lot of
no, Donny, listen, people, if you look at the comments that have come on, Morag will have seen them on the screen. There's been a lot of love, man. People that could listen to Donny all night. You've got a calmness to your voice. It's very relaxing. But this story, so Morag must have been in bad way, like you said, like yellow in colour and swollen up, and like I say, people taking turns carrying her, and like these huts and everything, these like teachers' school hut things that are made out of wood, and wow, and then this 18-wheeler and the water and infection and deep lacerations, and wow. Yeah, look, there you go. Marcus says, Donny, nothing but respect for you. Nothing respect for you, bro. 100%. Someone asked earlier as well if you're of mixed heritage. I know we covered it last time.
Yes. I biologically, I'm half Japanese and half Greek.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Donny, we're loving the story, man. Mesmerizing.
Well, if with your kind permission, I'd like to leave the rest of the story for next time.
No, you can continue. People are like on it.
And okay, well, I'm just gonna pop off and use the loo. But
well, I need to have a loo break as well, so I'll join you. Well, not together, but I'll be back. I'll be back.
So I'll tell you a little bit while Donnie's gone to do his stuff. So after the hospital, and they had me all drugged up, which was fine. And then we went back to Yvonne's truck. So Yvonne's like, Mora, you live in the truck and we'll go back to the shelter. I was like, no, I'm not staying in here by myself. So we all ended up sleeping in the truck. of course, he had a cab, you know, with a bed and whatnot and a fridge. So he had a few chocolate bars that we ate. And then he went to the military and he got a bucket of water. So, I mean, we hadn't washed in probably 4 or 5 days now. We're rank. Donnie's got no shirt because he's given it to me because I'm freezing. We were soaked. Then after that, uh, Yvonne got a bucket of water so I could wash and try to go to the bathroom. And anyway, the military saw that Yvonne had two of us in his truck. So they came and they were like, "Why are these tourists in your truck? You know, what's going on?" They're very protective of you there, you know? And Yvonne's
Yeah.
like, "No, no." Anyway, at this time, I didn't know Yvonne's a Jehovah Witness. I'm pulling out pot, you know? And I'm like, "You don't mind, Ian?" And he's like, kinda." I'm like, "Oh no, tape face, don't worry, you know? I like it." He's like, "Yeah, but I could get arrested, you know?" I'm like, "Oh, just a little bit, you know?" Anyway, and then he's giving Donnie rattlesnake. He's like, "Take this, it'll make you strong. We'll be strong." So those two are eating rattlesnake. I had this little tambourine that I kept with me, and then we started singing songs and playing the tambourine. So that was all good. That lasted a couple days, and then the sun came out, and it was like, holy shit, this is Cancun. It's no more. Buildings were gone. Nothing was there. It was like, holy, there was actual animals from the jungle in the city on top of the trucks. It was like the most craziest thing. I said to Donnie, all I want to do is go to a church. We got to get the hell out of here somehow. So Yvonne told us he'd drive us to Tijuana, which is on the border of United States and Mexico. So we were like, okay, whatever. Let's just get out. Let's. So Yvonne said, when the roads open up, we'll drive. I've got to go to Tijuana. We'll drop you off there. And then we could get a flight from California home. Anyway, so before all that happened, some people came. We went to the shelter every day to get a little food. And there was people there taking the water, washing their hair, shaving their legs with the water. And I'm like, you people are disgusting, man. There's people dying in the streets of Mexico, and you're washing your hair with the water that they're giving us? Like, that's just not right. Anyway, by this time, I had called my mom, and I said, "Mom, can you call, get some authorities here? You know, we need help. We can't get out of here." And my mom very calmly did all that, and they came. They came to the shelter area. When we went for food, they were like, "Oh, there you are, the Canadians," because remember, all the Canadians had left. We were stuck with like mostly Americans and quite a few Brits actually. Anyway, so they came and they said, "We've got a flight coming from Cuba for you. There's a few seats left. We have to get you to the airport." But this time, the airport, the lineup for the airport was like tens of thousands of people trying to get out. It was crazy. So Yvonne's like, "No, don't leave me. Don't leave me." I said, "No, Yvonne, we have to go. Like, we got to go home, you know?" He said, "I'll never see you again." I said, "Yeah, you will." I said, "Look in my eyes. You see the color? They're not shit. I'm telling you, we will see you again." And Donnie took off his wedding ring and gave it to Yvonne. And he said, "Next time I see you, you give this back to me." So in the little crowd we were in, I said, "Please, people give money to this poor man. He's got nothing, you know?" So people were giving money to him, and Yvonne was crying. We were crying. Anyway, off we went to the airport. There was no airport. There was just like a guy with a clipboard. There was no airport. It was gone. And it's like, okay, just go get on the plane. No ticket, no nothing. Just go get on the plane. We get on the plane. It was full of people from Cuba, but they hadn't had the hurricane. And we got on. We were dirty, no clothes, no filthy, stinking. And they fed us and they treated us good. But to round up the story, we got back and there was so many cameras, like news cameras. and they were taking pictures as I was coming off the plane, And my girlfriend called and left a message on my phone and said, I don't know, but I saw Donnie with another woman. It was in the paper. The other woman was me. I was so messed up. I didn't look like myself. Anyway, to round it all up, for months, we kept in contact with Yvonne. And during the hurricane, Yvonne kept saying, no te preocupes, the casa es fuerte. Don't worry, the house is very strong. And I would say, no, it's not. It's not. So we sent him a huge box of Christmas presents, all for his kids. And in the box, I put a little wooden house. And inside it, I wrote a note and said, no te preocupes, the casa es fuerte. And then I wrote, fuck you, because it wasn't strong. Anyway, the truth is, we told Yvonne, go to the bank and there'll be some money. We wired him some money. But he didn't understand that. Like, they don't go to banks, it's like you don't keep your money in a bank because you don't have any. So you don't have a bank, So we went back that was in October, and we went back February, and we went and we stayed with Yvonne and his wife and his kids. And so after like the first week, I said to Yvonne, it's none of my business, but what did you do with the money? And he said, what money? I said, we sent you money, Yvonne. He's like, I never got any money. He's like, don't call me a liar. Don't call me a liar. I was like, I'm not. And by this days, like him and I kind of got into it about the religion thing and like, yeah. And like,
you've got strong opinions though, Morag, as well.
Pardon me?
You've got very strong opinions as well.
I sure do. But then what happened was his neighbor was beating on the kid. And then I put my foot down. I'm like, no, I'm not going to stay here and watch a kid get the shit kicked out of him. He was like, well, that's how they handle it. I was like, well, I'm not going to watch that. I don't care who you are. You don't lay your hands on kids like that, So we got into it. Anyway, it turned out that he had AIDS. And what happened is he came to the hotel. We stayed 1 week on the beach. He came and met us. He stayed with us. And one night, him and Donnie, I was there. We all went out. We were drinking, and Yvonne got just pissed, and so did Donnie. So I left. They were singing and acting like fools. So I was like, I'm going back.
Sounded like you corrupted Ivan.
Exactly. Anyway, when they got back, they were both falling. And he was puking over the side, and I was like, what's up? And he's like, nobody loves me. He goes, I'm the devil, and my family hates me. I was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, I'm a walking dead man. And I said, what are you talking about, Yvonne? He said, and then he told me I have SIDA. And I was like, that's okay. Don't worry about it. A lot of people in the world have AIDS. It doesn't mean you die, you can live with it.
Yeah.
And like, we're not prejudiced against anything, He was like, my own family, they don't talk to me. I'm not allowed in the church. I can't eat off the same cutlery. I was like, well, we're not like that. Don't worry, man. He goes, you might not want to come to my town because I'm not the hero you think I am. I was like, well, you're. We love you, man. So we went back to Cuautla, and for the first time in years and years, his family actually came to his house. And they didn't have like running water in their house. They only had running water twice a week that they had to go and fill like pails up and stuff, which was cool by me, heat it up on the stove, right? And they slept outside in a tent and gave us their bed. And the children, of course, slept in the same room. But they made us feel like so welcomed, so loved. So anyway, the money, I said, Yvonne will go tomorrow and get the money. He said, no way. that money's gone. They'll steal it. I said, no, Yvonne, it's not how it works, man. Like him and I were going back and forth. I was like, no, man, they can't steal it, you know? So we went the next day to where we wired the money, and it was there. And he got it, and he was like, oh my God. I said, he passes it to us. I said, no, Yvonne, that's for you, man, and your family. And we love you, you know? Anyway, since then, Yvonne's passed on.
God bless
And
you, man.
yeah, but it was the craziest thing, Cody, in my whole life. I've been through crazy shit. That was the craziest thing I've ever been through in my life.
And you've been through some shit.
You watch trees flying by. Like, that's like not a normal thing, you know? Seeing cars flying by. It's like, what? It was the scariest thing. And for months after, I couldn't sleep when it rained. I was terrified. It did something mentally. And then when we were away, we put little Hampson in with our breeder. And Hampson got mauled by 20 Dachshunds. So when we came home, little Hampson, he had 200 puncture wounds in him. And his scrotum was ripped off. His ear was ripped off. He was in intensive care. So all I wanted to do was see Hampson. We had to go right immediately to the hospital when we landed.
Yeah.
And we spent, I think, 5 days in the hospital. We were both pretty sick. Donnie had bad infection in his legs. I was very sick. And then so I called the lady. I was like, I just want to get Hampson on my way home, you know? She said, no, I'll bring Hampson to you. And I was like, why? It's on our way. We'll just pick him up. Anyway, when Hampson came home, he was all stitched up, his ear and his scrotum. He had 200 puncture wounds. And it was and he smelled terrible. And he was just a baby. And I was like, oh my God. He almost died and we almost died, you know? It was
I know how much you loved Hampson as well, bless him.
Yeah. Yeah. And then after that, we never ever left him again with it. Like I always got my brother to come or we took him on the plane if we could, you know, but we weren't going to take him to Mexico. It's too scary. Like there for animals, they eat like, you know, there's bad stuff on the streets, right?
As we're talking, hold on one sec. Right, so this hurricane was in 2005.
Yeah. Wilma.
Right, I'm going to play a video on the screen now. You won't be able to talk, Morag, but I'm just going to see if this works. I'm just going to see if this works, right? This is some of the devastation. It doesn't show the volcano. It shows the aftermath. It'll come on the screen, and I'll try and do my thing with it.
Cool.
I can still hear you, Morag. I don't think there's any audio on it. I don't think there's any audio on this.
I just got the sound back. Yeah. Look, there was actual, what are they, crocodiles or alligators? There was crocodiles in the hotel lobby.
What? Look, this is from Cancun, 2005. Some of the devastation.
It was the craziest shit. See the water?
Yeah, it's nearly up to the car.
It was crazy, man. I thought I'd never go back there because it just wounded me.
Yeah,
but
psychologically
actually,
and emotionally.
Yeah, but a couple years ago, we went to Playa del Carmen, and then we rented a car, and I said, come on, let's just burn down and see what it's like. And Israel was with us, actually, and his wife and kids. Look at the craziness, eh?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just having a look. If is it?
What was the surge? It was 20 feet high? Yeah, the ocean surge was 20 feet high.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. I've never in my life thought I'd see something like that. Like I thought, oh, I'd always want to be in a hurricane to see what it's like. No, not anymore. Like
I'm
those
just
are
looking at the devils. Go on.
see, those are
Go on.
telephone poles bent in half. Cement, man.
Look at the devastation here. I'm just looking now.
That was crazy. The
So
sound,
Morag, go on, go on.
the sound of the hurricane was the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. It was like it hurt. It hurt the ears. It was so loud. Yeah, it was crazy, man. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the footage of a woman in, I can't think where she was, Oklahoma? But I'll play it on the screen now. There is
Okay.
audio on this, so you won't be able to talk. But this lady, she's talking about a hurricane. This was in Oklahoma. And just watch it.
Okay.
And what was it like when this came through?
I was holding my dog. I was sitting on the stool holding my dog. This was a game plan all through the years, to go in that little bathroom. And the electric never went off because the electric went off in the bathroom about the same time I felt the stool come up out of the floor. And I rolled around a little bit, and when it stopped, I was right there. That presto cooker is what I saw.
You were lying there in the rubble.
And I never lost consciousness, and I hollered for my little dog, and he didn't answer or didn't come, so I know he's in here somewhere. But it just, it was there and it was gone. Just no time. And then it was light, and I thought, well, I'm okay. And I had some stuff on top of me, and I started wiggling.
Are you able to comprehend yet what happened here?
I know exactly what happened here. Exactly. And
what do you think of all this? This is your neighborhood. I can't imagine.
This is life in the big city.
The dog.
The dog.
Hi, puppy.
The dog.
Oh, Belzy. Oh, Belzy. Bless your little bitty heart. Help me.
Help Megan.
Oh, Belzy. Oh. Come on.
Get him.
Oh. Well, I thought God just answered one prayer to let me be okay. He answered both of them. Because this was my second prayer. Poor little thing.
Yeah, so that was the video. That was in Oklahoma, and it always touches it. Like, that's just powerful stuff, that, isn't it? Really powerful. She said she was obviously religious, and she said, I prayed for two things. One thing was that I was all right, and the second thing's right there. So
Yeah,
powerful stuff, man.
when you're going through something like that, believe me, you're talking to anyone that'll listen. And I said a lot of prayers, and I don't know, made it through okay. But
Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you, Morag. I apologize. It's a powerful bit of footage that I've watched time and time again over the years, and it's
like I said before, I cry over happy. Like, to me, that was happy. I cry over happy things. I cry over sad things. I cry, and I'm not ashamed of it. It's just who I am. And if you know me, you know that that's just who I am.
And if you don't like it, go fuck yourselves. Pardon me language. People like it's very touching and stuff like that. But that little thing where you can literally, what I was doing when Donny was talking before, it looked rude because I was down here, and what I was doing was I was doing this. Right, I was trying to find video of Cancun and the thingy. So as Donny was talking to me, I'm looking down here because I'm what I did. I'm copying the link and then download it. I send it to this phone, and then I can incorporate it into the video, so it just
Cody,
so people can see what's happening.
That's why we want you to get a laptop. So you're on.
Yeah.
It's
No,
gonna,
do you know what? Do you know what? I don't even need a laptop now. I've got 2 phones, and I can do what I'm doing this way. And literally, all I've got to do is download it, send it to this phone, and then I can incorporate it into what I'm talking about. Literally, like there's videos here saved, and I can just literally like any little video here. So there was me on like this thing here. This was me on a documentary.
Seized in raids on Moss Side. Old army pistols can be bought on the streets at £50 a time. Automatic weapons like Uzi submachine guns are available to the drug dealers for just £300.
The situation even leads to the media renaming the city Gunchester.
A drugs war, feasting like a parasite here, is thought to have claimed at least 8 lives in Moss Side's crime wave.
I was shot at the back of a club. Oh, as a result of that, I used to wear a bulletproof vest. I don't care if it was a wine bar, I don't care if it was a posh joint, I'd wear a bulletproof vest. Manchester's a very vibrant city. People see the shops, people see the football, like Manchester United, Manchester City, but the city has, and always will, have a violent underbelly.
Most people here on Moss Side have never seen a gun, but in the twisted logic of the drug-dealing gangs who claim this area as their own, violence means respect.
Cody, I love it.
So,
I've watched that. I love it. I love seeing all that. And hey, good to you to get on that stuff. And I love that you're able to put videos up now.
Yeah, honestly, all it is was I was messing around and I thought, how to do it. So like I said, when Donny was talking to me before, it literally, he's talking to me. And when someone's talking to me, I like to be looking at the screen because I'm engaging. But literally, I was down here and literally all it was, I was looking for video to rip off so I could literally copy it, download the video, send it to this phone that I'm talking to you on, and then incorporate it into the video and just waiting for the right moment to show you.
That was well done. Yeah, it was no bullshit story. It's like it was a real mad thing that we went through. Here's Donny. I love you, Cody. Thanks. Hey, here's Donny.
Oh man, it's like a little dual show. I love this.
Hello again. Hi.
It's all right, Donny. Go on.
Boy,
as I'm talking to you, I'm trying to find. There's another video that I'm just trying to find. No, not that one. This is the one I was after. How long's this one? No, not that one. Right, hold on. Sorry, Donny. 1 second. Give me 1 sec. I was in the flow and now I'm not.
Don't apologize. Take your time.
There was a certain video. Right, so this is the one. So I'll download it, and then I'll send it to you. And then, so when you was away, Morag was just explaining about Ivan, and then you two got wasted. You corrupted him, got him wasted, and he was throwing up. And then obviously about him being HIV positive, and then sadly, obviously passing away as well.
Yes.
Saying I'm a walking dead man. The family won't let me in the house. And you wired him money, but he thought the bank could steal it because he thought he was corrupt. And
yes,
like,
absolutely. It was
crazy.
It was wonderful and very touching, but very, very sad for him, because when we got back here, immediately for the first few days couldn't do anything because Morag was in the hospital. But once
Hampson as well.
And sorry.
No, was the Hampson situation completely separate because he got attacked by some dash hounds?
Yes, that's right. Exactly. Poor little Hampson was mauled at the same time that we were getting hurricaned. It was just horrible. But once everybody had recuperated sufficiently, I got in touch with some of the larger farm owners here, and we were able to secure a gainful position for Yvonne to come up and work. Even with HIV. And even though he was HIV positive, which in most cases would be that would be a disqualifying factor. But one of the farm owners was still able to see his way through, and when he heard our story, he was very touched, and he said, "Yes, yes, absolutely. I'll bring the fellow up. We'll give him work so he could make several times the amount of money that he would make working in Mexico." And but sadly, it was not to be. But still, I don't know if Morag told you about what the airport was like.
Well, said that the plane came in from Cuba.
Yes.
And you guys were covered in filth, open wounds, dirty clothes, and just sort of piled onto a plane. No passport, no nothing, just straight on.
Absolutely. They just said, name, yes. Okay, where are you from? Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, just some bloke with a clipboard. There was no more airport terminal, nothing like that.
So many people were mad.
And the lineup, the queue of cars going into Cancun's airport was miles long, and but the lady from the Canadian consulate, she took us directly, and with her diplomatic credentials, we bypassed all of that shit. So we were very fortunate, all because Morag's mom in Nova Scotia called the Canadian consulate in Mexico on our behalf. But when we did Morag tell you about what happened when we landed in the airport in Toronto?
With the news cameras and things like that, as you guys came off, and some girlfriend was messaging, yes. "Oh my God, Danny's with another woman," and it was Morag.
Absolutely, yes. She was still in rough shape at that point, and not looking like herself. Yes.
But literally ringing her, "Yeah, I think you should know. Yeah, Donny's with another woman." It wasn't. It was tornado, hurricane surviving Morag.
Absolutely.
And I would have said, good for him if he is.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And again, the video that you showed, that poor woman in Oklahoma. I mean, those folks get hit with tornadoes every single year.
Yeah, we had one.
And a tornado, the area of damage is much smaller. The path is very, very narrow. But again, incredibly violent. So houses literally just explode. And, oh man. I think it was 10 or 12 years ago. So those tornadoes, some of them are the remnants of the storm systems in the Gulf of Mexico, and so they would start off in Texas, Oklahoma, those southern states, and move their way up, roughly following the path of the Mississippi River up towards the Great Lakes, and sometimes some of those storm systems are so large that they have the staying power that we actually get them here. There was one. Most of the time, they've dissipated so that all we get are thunderstorms. Sometimes pretty severe thunderstorms. But there was one proper tornado that came through Leamington here, and there were about 10 or 12 houses right on the lake, the shores of sunny Lake Erie. And we're about 2.5 kilometers from the lake shore, but there were 10 or 12 houses right on the lake that got damaged, and despite it being like 2 o'clock in the morning when the tornado hit, and despite some very, very large trees falling on some of these lakeside houses, nobody died. Nobody was even severely injured. The town was very, very lucky in that regard. And I slept through it myself.
I bet you did. I can't believe he got Ivan wasted though, corrupting him. And then he was like, Morag was like, they got drunk, they was wasted, and they was singing, and then they come back and they was throwing up and stuff. I think that was obviously after the facts, but unbelievable.
Yes, it was just terrible, absolutely terrible. I love the song La Bamba, and so when they started playing that, at the restaurant bar, then yeah, Morag very wisely just left. And
She knew what was coming.
well, and this poor bloke, he's half my weight. He's half my weight, and he's matching me tequila shot for tequila shot. And even though at the time I wasn't a very accomplished drinker, but still, just by sheer weight of volume, he ought to have been dead.
From you sounded like you come across as this nice, like religious man and everything, Jehovah's Witness, and then he met Donny and Morag, and it went downhill from there with the beer and everything. But sound like a nice man. How old was he?
And he would have been I would think 12 years younger than me, and I'm guessing that was the case. So at the time I was 41, and well he was old enough. Maybe he was only about 8 years younger than me, but very youthful, very strong. He was a champion boxer in his weight category for the state that he grew up in, and whereas my athletic endeavors were limited to competitive swimming and eating.
Yes, Chloe.
And yes, Chloe, we do.
Yeah. So Donny, let me show. Right, you won't be able to speak while this video plays. It's only short, and if it works out correctly, it should be again of the tornado as it was sort of coming in. And this is Cancun, 2005. It's only 1 minute and 40 seconds long. But yeah, that was, I don't know where that was filmed, but that is from Cancun, Mexico, 2005, Hurricane Wilma coming in. But you can see the power lines are down, the trees that are probably deep rooted are just
absolutely
crazy.
Yes, that would have been as the storm was approaching. That was the buildup. Probably about 8 or 9 hours after that video was the time when the roof came off the pyramid building.
Honestly, I can't. And like I said, even Morag said, like the sound was unforgettable. Like it really was something else. Like you never heard anything like it.
Yes. Ivan and I agreed that was the La Boca de Diablo. That was the sound that was the voice of the devil.
Yeah. I can't honestly. And like I said, the thing is, bloody hell, I know you two like have lived this like life, but then a hurricane to throw into the mix as well. It's just like natural disasters and wow.
Yes.
Like I said, but the girlfriend ringing up Morag saying, Donny's with another woman. I seen him getting off the plane on the news. And it was actually Morag. But respect to her for trying to stick up for a girl.
I'm telling you, we laugh about it now because it is quite funny, definitely. But but at that time, shocking.
I know. Is she still about, this lady?
And yes, she's still in Toronto. And I wanted to mention earlier regarding Jordan that when he was speaking with the other fellow that they used to be enemies, but now they're both older and wiser and both enjoy fishing and they're friends. That they sort of swapped a couple fishing stories, saying, you know, what's the biggest pike you ever caught, etc., etc. And that puts me in mind of a funny story. A couple of years ago, when Morag had to have, she's had numerous MRIs and other scans done in the hospital in Windsor, Ontario, and during one of those times, I was waiting for her, and I was out in the parking lot just having a cigarette, and this Russian fellow, or from the way he spoke, he sounded Russian, somewhere in the former Soviet Union. He was in the parking lot as well, having a cigarette, and uh, he was wearing a cap or something that had something to do with fishing on it. And I said, "Oh, do you like fishing?" "Oh, yes, many years. I love fishing. You have very good fishing here in Canada." And I said, "Oh, glad you enjoy it." I said, "Yeah, I used to go quite a bit every weekend in the summertime." And I asked him. I said, "What's the biggest thing you've ever caught?" And he said, "Now you have lots of pike in the UK, throughout all of Northern Europe. There's pike, and here we call them northern pike. We have them, and there's also a cousin to them called the muskellunge that we refer to as a muskie, and almost exactly the same type of fish. Very large, very ferocious, tremendous fighters, and so the Russian said, "Yes, last summer I am catching one muskie, my first ever muskie, 47 inches long, and 38 pounds, and sorry, we have to we're losing battery power here on the phone." But
it's cool.
Then he asked me, he says, what is biggest thing you are catching? And I said, well, it's not a competition. I want you to understand that. I'm not trying to one up you or anything of the sort. I said, but it's a fact. It's a true fact that when I was I think like 23 or 24, I caught one 73 inches and 204 pounds. And he was like, 73 inches? He said, "Oh, sturgeon." And I said, "No, my friend John." I got him right in the side of the head, about an inch from his eye socket. It was terrible.
That's the same fella. That's the same fella.
Is this toilet bowling John?
Yeah,
Shitstorm John?
Absolutely right. Yes.
Yeah.
Poor John.
John seems to be on the wrong end of quite a few of Donny's practical jokes.
Well,
yeah.
And some people would say it's entirely my fault, and I'm one of those people. Yes.
Anyway, we just wanted to pop on and say hi, that we love you. Give you a little story.
Cool, loved it, man. Honestly, God, love it. Absolutely love it. Like I said, Donny, the people just argue it in the comment section, but I've made a few of them.
Right.
I've made a few of them moderators, and they're just doing their own thing. They're policing it, and they're arguing, and then people are showing love and support. If you look back on the comments, I tried to get as many on the screen as I can, but there's so much love for you, Morag, and Donny, both together and separately. Yeah, Jordan's put like little praying hands and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're all big
listening to
family. Peace, love, and happiness. That's all we want, eh? Peace, love, and happiness.
There you go. Marcus is saying, I both got to have another live. We love you both, amazing people. Fair play.
Thanks, Marcus. You made me happy the other day too. Thanks a lot.
Some days, darn, night gym, and these people just talking to themselves. But yeah, just everyone just loves it when you guys come on. It's different. It's like I said, it's Canadians are good people, man. From Matty Hollingworth.
Yeah, thanks, Cody.
There's a lot made about the accent. A lot of people like the accent.
Do they?
Yeah. Yeah, Donny and Morag. There's like a peace sign. There's like a peace sign and like another peace sign, and then I don't know, like emoji of a mountain. I love Donny and Morag. I love Donny and Morag from Nicky Mack.
We feel like it's a family affair.
Yeah, man.
We really do, Cody. Like every night, sometimes I don't chat because I'm too sore or my head's not right. You know, but I sit back and I listen and I watch the comments and just don't have it in me to chat, or I don't want to say to people I feel like crap. Kind of like you, Cody, when you're down, it's just like keep it to yourself, don't you? It's like,
yeah, do you know what? I think it comes across on the screen. Like I was dead agitated and wound up, and people were picking up on it, and people were messaging me saying, "Listen, dive off. You're not in a good headspace, man." So I knew I wasn't, but I was trying to crack on. And then when I came off it, I was still agitated. But then today, I was like, right, I can sit around here and mope and lock myself off and lock myself away like I usually do. Or I just thought, you know what, I'm going to drag myself. I'm not in the mood, but I'm going to drag myself. So I literally was like, throw my backpack on. Like I said, headed towards my friends. He wasn't in. So then I just gone down the river and then gone on my little adventure and everything. And I feel a lot better for it. Cleared my headspace, good energy, good vibes. And two of my favorite people come on the channel. So I'm very blessed.
Well, you know what, Cody? Everybody has days, right? Everybody. Yeah. So it's, you know, incredible that you do it and that you come on lives even when you feel like crap. Like, I know what you're saying, man. Like, sometimes I can't touch my phone. It's like, I can't deal with everybody else. I got to deal with what I got going on in my brain, you know? It's like a lot, right? Everybody's got their own shit to deal with, man.
1,000,000%. So Kev Hammy says, respect Donny and Morag, love art. And then who else goes on? Hold on. Muffin Mouse, Donny, hold on. You guys tell the best stories. That's from William O'Neill. I think he's Irish or Scottish, I can't remember. We're here for Morag from PD Billy's from Waterford in Ireland. Thank you for telling us your amazing life story. Peace sign, love arts, and like a happy face from Nicky Mack. Someone says, how's the lady after operation? I think she's referring to Ange, who had the cancerous tumor cut from her throat, from her lymph nodes. She's doing well, guys. She's at home. She's recuperating. Thank you for that.
Yeah, excellent.
Go on.
I took the Laura thing a bit hard, eh?
What's that?
I took the whole Laura thing pretty hard.
No, what do you mean?
Like I cried for days, you know?
Oh, with the look, yeah. Well, do you know what though? How the hell Morag, you guys have been through so many experiences, and bless even little Hamson must have had PTSD after being savaged by Dachshunds of all things.
Yeah.
Bloody Dachshunds.
Yeah, and he was like, he would never wanted to leave me, you know, because of that. And amazing, you know, his best friend was one of those big dogs. What are they called? What are those big dogs called?
Like German Shepherds or
no, bigger.
Caucasian Mountain Dogs. You've got like Bull Mastiffs.
No, it's like the big dog, like a horse.
Oh, Great Dane.
Oh yeah, Great Dane. His best friend was a Great Dane.
Oh my God, he was only small, Hamson. I've seen pictures of him in your little basket.
Yeah, but he had a big set of nuts, eh? They used to drag on the ground.
Well, they did until these Dachshunds got hold of him.
No, they repaired it. He actually had puppies.
Oh, after surgery.
Yeah, man.
Dragging his balls around.
He got it in there hard.
Morag. So Mermaid with a Broken Tail says, please ask Morag Muffin Mouse to tell me more about her sinus surgery. Mine is due on the 15th, and then she's got like horror face.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's painful. But they'll put you down. You won't feel that. But afterwards, with me, they have to break your nose. So I had never had a broken nose. In my life, I had a nice nose, and then they changed the shape of my nose. I didn't want to change. But what they do is they put these big, like they're about an inch long, I don't know if they do it in Britain, but big, long plastic things up your nose to stop the bleeding. And that's the part that hurt me the most. I think they stayed in for a week. And then when they pull it out, it's like a big, long plastic thing. And then about that much like cotton and come pull out of your nose. But I couldn't eat for about 3 weeks. My mouth was so sore because obviously they got to clamp the inside of your mouth to break your nose. And I don't know, I was in pain. I had black eyes. And it's crazy, but that was just after we went through the tornado here. And that's when I first met my son, Cody.
What, serious? Because he's in British Columbia.
He's in Nova Scotia.
In which comes under British Columbia, like the state, like the county, state.
Yeah, Nova Scotia is the closest province to England. So after Nova
Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Right
Halifax.
on. Yeah. So I had met him, but that was the first time he was coming to us. So the town looked like a big shithole because it just got run through by a tornado, no? And then my son came for 3 months and lived with us. He got clean. I fattened him up. Taught him a little respect.
That cooking, man. Oh, that cooking. Honest to God, like, what's this with your brother? Donny was saying that he's some sort of like chef or like quite a well-to-do chef, or he's a good chef, or he works in a good place.
Yeah, he did until my mom died, Now he
just went backwards, bless him.
Yeah. But he used to be the chef for the Attorney General in Canada.
Oh shit. So he's top draw then.
Oh yeah, like he studied in France for 3 years. And like he went to a kitchen where he didn't speak like their French, And
like so is he French? He's not French Canadian.
No, man.
Because he's your brother, so he's Scottish, English, and Irish.
Yeah, no, we're not that. Like now, when I try to speak French, Spanish comes out.
Because of the Mexican influence.
Yeah, and Quebec French is different, eh? It's more slang than Parisian French. So
there's a UFC fighter, well, he's retired now, called George St. Pierre, and he's Canadian. I think he's from Quebec or somewhere, but he's French Canadian.
Yeah, I know the guy. Yeah.
And he used to speak like broken French, sort of Canadian, but he had that French sort of.
He tried to kill his girlfriend, right?
I'm not sure. I don't really keep up to date with him particularly, but I just know he's French Canadian.
He tried to kill her.
No, probably. That's crazy, but no. But with so who taught you to cook? Your brother taught you to cook, or you self-taught, or?
Oh well, my mom was a great cook, but she would Mom was a great cook. The traditional pies and meat pies and traditional British food. We always had Sunday brekkie, the whole English. But my brother's more gourmet cooking, like lots of butter, lots of fattening stuff. But when he had restaurants, I worked as the washer-upper. So, I learned a lot in those years. And honestly, my brother won't touch anyone's food. He's like, gets grossed out by everybody touching food and stuff.
Well, he won't touch other people's.
No, but he'll eat beans out of a fucking can.
Hold on. As you're talking to me, I'm trying to find. So, 1 second. Where is it at? Right. So, where are they? So, stay there. Right. So, 1 second. I'm trying to. Right. So, stay there.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to do a little something.
Okay. Cool.
1 sec. Let it see if it works. So, don't know if he's going to. Right. So, let me see if it works. Hopefully it'll work. Hopefully you forgive me for this.
No, I like it.
So this is the Mexicans, guys. It's just a quick clip. It's super quick. These are the Mexicans that are friends of Donny and Morag, and you can see it there on the screen. This table spread and everyone's doing their thing. It's as quick as that. It's as quick as that.
The one
hold on.
In the blue, that's Israel.
Yeah.
He's like my brother. I call him mi mano derecho. That's my right hand man. He's like my brother. We do everything together. His wife's like really super cool that we hang out, and I love his kids. They're like family. We've stayed at their house. Anyway, it was his night to leave. He wanted sushi. He said, I always pack them up with some food to go, you know, for the airport and the drive. I said, what do you want? What do you want, Israel? He goes, I want sushi. I said, okay. So made him some sushi. So that night, a lot of the guys hadn't had sushi. So I had made Japanese.
Never at all had sushi.
No. Do you like sushi?
I've had it. It's like I've had it. It's like, yeah, I've had it. I've had it like little, like with the seaweed and stuff, and like prawns and little peppers. They're dead nice and intricate.
I hate it.
You don't like it, but you cook it.
I hate it, man. But I make it. I make it for Donnie. But that night we had Japanese food.
Yeah.
I made all Japanese food, veg, and I made like pork with like garlic and teriyaki, but I make it all from scratch. No bottles or anything.
Hold on, as I'm talking to you, I don't know if this is a different video.
Okay.
Oh no, it's not. That's the same video. Hold on, it keeps showing me the same video, for God's sake. All right, I'm trying to. Right, so why is that not coming through? Right, hold on. Have I not sent it? Is that the problem?
I like how you're able to do this now.
Yeah, hold on. My second number. Right, hold on. I'm trying to. Right, I'm actually really trying to do something here, and it's hold on. Stay there. I might go sideways for like a split second.
That's okay.
1 sec. No, it's cool. So stay there. Why is it not bloody working then? I'm going through this effort. So I like, hold on. Right. So that one. Right. It keeps bringing up the same damn one. No, I think this is the D one. I think this is the one I'm after. It's taking for ages to come on. Right. This is the one. So this is another one, guys.
Muchas gracias a Dios por la comida.
¡Viva México!
A Donny, muchas gracias, Mora, y buen provecho.
Sí, buen provecho, gracias.
A comer.
So Donny was flexing his Spanish there.
Muchas gracias a Dios por la comida. Muchas gracias.
¡Viva México!
A Donny, muchas gracias, Mora, y buen provecho.
Sí, buen provecho, gracias.
Was everyone saying grace there? Were they saying grace around the table?
We do every night. Donnie doesn't like to, but I do every night, and I do before I go to bed, and I do it in the morning. And I'm not overly religious there, but I think if there's a possibility, then I want to be on the right side, you know. So every time we eat, I praise God for food, because there's a lot of people that don't have food. And I pray for the children of the world. And that's basically what I pray for.
Someone Mermaid with a broken tail says, that food looks amazing. Brack777 says, I had a fish finger sandwich with salad cream for dinner. Bless him. I don't know who he is. Yeah,
we enjoy food. That's Cody. If anything I spend money on, like I don't buy jewelry, I don't buy clothes. I spend money on food. That's how I love people.
Yeah, man. Do you know what? Love people, fatten people up. Oh my, that food, honestly, the prep and everything looked amazing. I've never had food envy, but I was looking, I thought, oh my God, what I wouldn't give to be sat there with a cold cerveza, this cold lager, just a nice little can of beer, Desperado, Peroni, whatever you Canadians drink. I don't know what big over there, like
Yeah.
Miller's, Bud Light and stuff, and Bud Light. I don't know if that's like Bud and Bud Light.
In this house, Corona for the boys, right? But
Yeah,
but
Corona, man, lime red.
a lot of the Mexicans, you know, I've turned them on. The other day we had Stella.
Oh, Stella Arts, yeah, man. Yeah, poetry, PPP as you call him. Love that Morag is the mum of the channel.
Yay! Yeah, I'm a good girl now.
Right, this is really random. Out and About says this is random, but does Morag think that Carol Baskin killed Don? I've never.
Yes, I do. Yep. She's a witch.
Yeah. Drooling like Homer Simpson right now after looking at that food thing. I think that's referring to.
Donnie loves The Simpsons. I've never watched it.
Like a kebab. Someone just put. I've just had a pot noodle.
Oh.
Just had a pot noodle. But no, honestly, like the food looks amazing. And the thing is, though, they've got. How do you cater for people that have got very different tastes? I mean, Donnie will have a certain type of food. You'll probably have a certain type of food. You guess the Mexicans, they're not going to want to eat Mexican and refried beans and quesadillas and fajitas and all that good stuff.
Cody, like one day I'll do Mexican food, like traditional Mexican food. So Mexican, sometimes I do Italian, sometimes I do Japanese. But me, I don't really eat a lot. So I just nibble on some vegetables but they're all cool with it, you know. They love me, I love them, and
I bet they're walking around like, yes, going to see Mora, as they call you, Mora. Going to see Mora for some of that good tucker, that good food.
Well, Javier said the other day, he said, "Why don't you make the food and sell it to us? You know, like for the week." And I was like, "You got to be crazy! The amount of time I spend and the meat I buy, it's not like shitty beef, you know, it's good beef. So it wouldn't be worth my while. And when I cook for people, it's love. It's like, I don't want to make a business out of it, you know, that takes the love away."
So Pablo says, Morag, listen to a tune called Farewell to Nova Scotia by Paddy Riley, please.
Oh, I know the song real well. Farewell.
I've never heard of it.
Down coast. I know it real well.
And then Nicola Fergeria, I can never pronounce it. She says, Morag, I'm the same way. I love to cook for people, but I put all my life into my cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a love of it, you know. You have to love it.
Yeah.
That day I baked, I made muffins. You saw my muffins, Cody.
I was like, honest to God, I've never licked a screen in my life, but I was licking the phone. It looked amazing. It really did look nice. But so someone says here, Mermaid with a Broken Tail says, start your own YouTube channel, cooking, so we can follow you, Morag.
Yeah. Cooking.
That's a good shout, that.
Cooking and smoking with Morag.
Yeah. Someone says, Nicole, do you stir your bolognese with your fingers?
Yep.
Hold on. Morag, how's the weather?
Yesterday it was like probably 27 degrees. Today,
go on. Sorry, I'll show.
Today it's cooled off a little bit, but it rained today. But it was like hot yesterday. I was sweating. So, for example, here in the southern part of Ontario, it stays green real long. Like most of Canada right now, the trees are all red and yellow. But here in the south, no, it's very green. Until, like, Donnie usually keeps the pool open till the end of October. Yeah. And he swims in the pool. But me, no. I need like real hot days.
Someone asked earlier on in the conversation, they said, do you get like wolves and sort of like moose and all that sort of thing over there?
Yeah. Like, Cody, when you come one day, we're going to take you 5 minutes away. You won't believe. Like, you'll see a deer running, bunnies, lots of deer, coyotes.
What are coyotes?
Coyotes are like a dog, but they're vicious. They live on the wild. And
like wild dog.
And they go, oh,
You get
And-
timber wolves and all that.
Yeah, man. Wolves. Yeah.
I seen a moose, right? Them mooses look huge and the legs look dead like big. And there was a man that went in, he was lived in like Canada or Alaska, and he went to put the bins out and he'd gone into like this shed, but a bloody moose was following him. So he ran into this shed, and the moose was like hanging around outside waiting for him. I thought he was going to mug him. And then the moose moved off and then he run quickly and he skidded on the ice.
Moose are like 2 times the size of a horse, man. They're huge.
Yeah, but its legs look like the legs look taller than the guy.
Yeah, they're very like moose meat. Where I come from is very popular. I don't eat it. I don't eat it.
Do you know what? There's so much love here. Morag, what a great lady. She's so positive. Cody, you would love Canada. I don't know if Michelle's ever been. Going to send my love to Donny and Nora. He must mean Morag.
Yeah.
He must have spelling thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
The one thing I'm jealous of is massively is the orcas, man. That I'm honest to God. I would be in that stretch of water, and I swear I would. If I was in a boat, if I'm ever in a boat and there's orcas near me, sure as hell, that was second out. Yeah. There's no recorded attacks on human beings, only when they've been held in captivity.
Exactly.
And I think they're majestic animals, and they're just my favorite animal.
And they have spirits, and they know people. They can feel energies and sounds. Yeah.
My favorite animal in the world, man.
When I grew up, seeing those is like where I grew up. It's normal where I grew up because on the ocean, right? But here it's just big lakes.
Honest to God, I would absolutely be all over it. As soon as I'm just fascinated with them. I've seen them in New Zealand well, I've not seen them personally, but I've seen videos on YouTube where people are swimming near the boat and a pod of orcas come through and they're dead inquisitive and they stop and they turn, and I just blown away. And I've seen interactions with people like kayaking and like just like on a big like a surfboard with like a stick.
Yeah. And then they go swim right underneath. Can you imagine that sensation?
Oh man, I genuinely, I'd have to jump in the water because I'd only have the opportunity once.
Yeah, I think I'd have to. I'm not afraid of the ocean though. Like I'm not afraid of anything in the ocean. I swim like hard. I love it. It's when I'm the least in pain when I'm in the ocean.
Yeah. So Kenny says here, Cody can't go to Canada because he's got a criminal record, but it's part of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, that's not true. I think it depends on your crime. And I don't think they're letting murderers in or.
Yeah.
But I think it's because you should look into that, Cody. Honestly, I'm telling you. And you know, like it's all depends on your favorite time of year, honey. Like if you like, you know, what do you like? You like cold? You like hot? Like I don't think you'd be able to stand it in the summer. Too hot, man.
I just as long as I'm used to rain in Manchester. It's just even when it's sunny, it's raining there and stuff like that. But yeah,
cold either, right? Like
I won't care. I won't care. I'd probably rather be too cold than too hot. Like there was a video that I did here. There was a video when I went to the Shrewsbury prison, right, the Dana, that Clint used to be in. Clint used to serve time in this prison.
And, I watched.
Oh my God, it was so hot. We were sat there. Me and my mum was on the train, and I taking on as much water as I could to try and keep my core temperature down.
You don't like?
Oh my God.
Yeah, Donnie can't stand. But when you got a pool, it's different. You just sit in the pool all day.
And you guys have got a cool pool as well, aren't you?
Get red like a lobster, but you know that's what air conditioning's for.
Yeah, man. But yeah, the people saying like people getting Canada and America mixed up. Canada's part of the Commonwealth, and I know America. I couldn't get into America because of my criminal convictions. I get that, and
yeah, you wouldn't get
firearm markers and all that rubbish.
Anyway, you should check into that, will you? Just check into it, man. I'm telling you, there's a home here waiting for you.
Don't tease me. Like, honest to God, if I could emigrate, I'd be bloody there. It's just, I love Manchester though, with all my heart. I actually love this city, like the people, the craziness. I've been knocking around in the city centre since I was 11 years old, so I know all the back streets and
Yeah.
I just love the city. I love the people. I love the craziness. You go into Manchester, you'll have someone preaching about God.
Yeah.
A couple of yards away, you'll have a drug dealer selling drugs on Piccadilly Gardens, and then you've got people like it's just. And then you've got like reggae bands like dancing and just getting like. And then you've got people begging, and then you've got the homeless, and then you've got people kicking off and domestics. And I just love the city that I live in. I'm very blessed, man. I love it.
Like, you know, I spent a lot of time in London and like Brighton and stuff, but I think myself, I'm more of a northerner. If I went in, like that's where I'd fit in, you know, with the northern people.
Yeah, someone says here you could still apply for an ESTA. Whatever you tick, don't tick is your prerogative. I think someone says that with these ESTAs that like by the time you've done it, they won't. By the time you've like got it and everything, they don't check up on it, or I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Me too. Like if you have a place, you say, you know, like for example, you say I'm going to Canada to my friends, and then they check up. We say, yeah, you know, he's solid. He's coming here. You know, they're just looking for people that want to come and live here and shit. I think he'd be fine, but you should check just out of curiosity. Check it out. Listen, Cody, dreams are made to come true, mate. Dreams are made to come true, and sometimes there's people in your life that can make dreams come true.
It'll never happen. But like I said, it's a negative mindset. But like I said, I've always sort of not so much with Canada. Like when I was in prison, right, against my will, and then I grew to love it. My pad mate, he was into watching that Oak Island thing, the Treasure of Oak Island.
Yeah.
Right? And we used to, because we was locked up for so long, right? This was on my second stretch, and he was like, "Oh, come on, watch it." I was like, "Nah, shit." He said, "No, watch it." And I'm obsessed with this stuff. I'm going on YouTube trying to find out the latest. It's on a Wednesday on cable, right? On the Sky. But like, yeah, I still watch it. And then there's YouTube videos, and you got full episodes, and they're like, because there's a guy that's there, and he's English guy, and he's there, and he wears a Newcastle United cap, and they're digging for this treasure and boreholes and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's very cool. Do you ever watch the Trailer Park Boys?
What's that about?
It's filmed in my town. It's filmed, but it's like it's not like, it's like a parody almost. And like
right, like a piss take.
Yeah, they take the piss out of people living like in trailer parks, but they're a bunch of really good guys. They're all from my hometown, and they're just like really
Leamington.
Yeah, no, from Nova Scotia. And it's filmed in Nova Scotia. Just it's a good old show. It's like Canadian humor, you know. Pretty funny. I think John commented. Jono, he said something about Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I've never seen. Jono might watch it. I've never heard of it. I've seen like pickers and all that in America, where they go around with pickers and all that.
There's this other guy. His name's Tom Green. He's a Canadian comedian. And
is this the actor with the goatee? Has he got a goatee?
Yeah.
Skinny guy.
Yeah, real tall.
Been in a couple of movies.
Honest to God, he's like, to me, he's like, I'd love to sit down and hang out with him and just have like a couple beers and chat. He's so smart. I think he might be autistic. And he's just so smart. He's so clever. And anyway, he's doing this. It's like kind of like his own show, Big Brother. He's going on the road with the van and his dog on YouTube. He's you should just look up him rapping. It's pretty funny. Anyway, we grew up he had a show on Canadian network, you know, called The Tom Green Show. He was the first person to do shit on the internet, like funny stuff, go out in public and spoof people. And he's just a brilliant man, you know. He was the first person to do MTV. He had his own show on MTV.
He was. I'm sure he was in a film called The Road Trip or something.
Yeah, he made it. He directed it. It was called.
Was he in Freddy Got Fingered as well?
Yeah, he wrote. Yeah, he wrote that movie. Freddy Got Fingered. Yeah, he's pretty funny, but like his humor is like off.
That's him.
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious, man. I just love the guy. He's got such a big heart, and he's awkward, but he's just such a sweetheart. And I would love to just sit down with him and have a good old chat and a couple drinks, and I know we'd get along. You know, he's the kind of people I know I'd get along with.
I did not know that Jim Carrey was Canadian.
Yeah, he's from the same town or same place Donnie's from. Scarborough.
Pamela Anderson, who was my childhood crush.
Was
She's
she?
Canadian. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, she's Canadian.
Yeah. I typed in and William Shatner. I know he's got some English roots or Scottish roots, Shatner.
Yeah, Scottish, yeah.
Mike Myers, Drake, Michael J. Fox, Keanu Reeves, Ryan Gosling, Seth Rogen, Elaine Page, Rachel McAdams, Neil Young, Dan Aykroyd, Donald Sutherland, Bryan Adams, Alanis Morissette, Kim Cattrall, Hayden Christian, Matthew Perry, Keith Sutherland,
Justin Bieber,
Biebs, yeah, Michael Bublé, obviously everyone's favorite Christmas singer,
Love
Chad Kroeger, Tom Green, wow, KD Lang,
yeah,
Canals loads of them.
Yeah, a lot
Just
of
goes on and on. Dwayne, I didn't know Dwayne The Rock Johnson was Canadian.
Yeah.
I didn't know hold on, The Rock's Canadian. How the hell is that possible?
He's actually his people are from what's that island?
Hawaii.
No, it's not. It's another island like Hawaii.
Are they like? Oh, I think he's got like Samoan roots, Samoan Fijian roots.
Yeah.
But
crazy, a lot of famous people have homes here in Canada because nobody bugs them. You know.
Yeah.
They can be famous and have beautiful homes, and nobody goes and bothers them. You know, Canadians we just stick to ourselves pretty much. You know, we don't get in people's face. Americans kind of get in your face. Canadians don't do that. Usually very polite people and give you your space and can read a room, you know?
Yeah. When I used to speak to this girl from New York, she used to say to me, like women love a British accent, doesn't matter. But like, first thing out of her mouth was, "Oh my God, so you're from like London?" I was like, no, north of London. Like near London? I was like, no, like North London? Like, no, in the north. Like north of London? I was like, yeah. There's a whole country, not just the UK is not London. So anyway, she said, if you went to the south, you will be treated as if you was black. Because like apparently in the south, they don't like Brits or in certain areas. I don't know if that's true or she was pulling my leg.
No, man.
But,
you'd be loved everywhere, Cody. Just your personality.
Yeah, apparently, though, they don't like Brits though. In the certain areas in the south, if you went away from the I don't know if you mean like Alabama or like, but apparently, if you're a Brit in certain areas in the south, they don't like you.
I don't know if you're going back to the wartime. I guess if people are stuck in that era, maybe. But fuck them, right? No. And people aren't as racist as you think, you know? It's like, that's like a forced thing. It's like people want us to hate each other, you know?
Is that like a media bullshit, like a media sort of sensationalizing everything, like the Hispanics and then the blacks and then the whites and then you've got,
it's like trying
to divide people.
I love everybody. I don't care what your color is. I don't care what your religion is. I've broke bread with Muslims. You know, we used to, in Toronto, our house across the street was like a Muslim family. And we used to go over and sit on the floor and eat with them and do you know, like I don't judge. I like to experience some different things, you know?
Yeah.
Include me in, right? I want to learn about the world, different people and different foods and different religions. And I don't put anyone down. I love everybody.
We're all unique in our own ways, man, and stuff. We're all, if it was all the same, the world would be a very boring, bloody mundane place, man.
And you know what? The thing is if you can't love somebody, if you got some bad stuff to say, then just leave me alone. That's all I say. If you don't like me, then fine, but just leave me alone. Don't put me down. Just leave me alone. Kind of like with the trolls, you know? Like trolls are there to like wind you up, but really it doesn't wind you up. It's just like, go fuck yourself. Right?
Yep.
You know who's got your back. We all love you, Cody. The channel's great. We love you, honey. You're doing wonderful.
Yeah, it's all like love, man. But yeah, it's like I said, so do you get many Brits, like expats, that live like in your area, or is it mainly locals?
No, there's some Brits. Yeah, one Irish guy ripped me off, motherfucker.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot of Brits. Yeah, but mostly where I come from in Nova Scotia, a lot of Scottish people. And
See, it's crazy that I see loads of Scots in Canada, but like so back in the day, my mum and my stepdad, they wanted to emigrate to Canada, but it never came off, but they wanted to.
They did, yeah. It's a good country, believe me. It's a really good country.
Well, you like the UK as well, though, because you've knocked around over there and stuff, and
yeah,
Brighton and stuff down there. So when was the last time you was on UK soil?
Probably 6 years ago. Spent a month and a half in Brighton. Then I went to London. I met up with my old people that I used to work with at the theater.
Yeah.
And that was a traumatic story. One of my best buddies, 3 guys, Somalians, broke into his house, and they skinned his head.
Skinned what?
They skinned his head. They cut him.
Yeah, scalped him. Yeah.
Yeah, and they stole his car, stole all his sound music, stole all his gear. And then, so when I saw we call him Monkey, you know, when I saw him, he said, "This will be the last time you see me, because I can't deal with it anymore. Like, I can't deal with seeing people from my past." He had brain damage, and they kicked the shit out of him. 3 days he spent in the bathroom bleeding, and then he got up, crawled through the window up above and got out. But they almost killed him, man.
Yeah, you know what? So today, right? So I got a message today from a number, right? And I think it's like +34, right? So I googled the area code, right? So the area code comes up as Dubai.
Oh yeah.
Now this person's from Salford, but they're living in Dubai, but they're from Salford originally. And when you mentioned Salford, I straight away thought of you and the Salford connection and Hampton and all that crazy stuff, man. But yeah, he's living in Dubai.
I saw his videos. Right?
Honest to God, there's people reaching me from Pakistan, from Iran, from Australia. I've had someone message me from Australia. Literally, you guys are obviously in Canada. I've Dan Robinson's in America, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've got someone in Salvo, North Carolina. It's just it's crazy to think how the reach. Like, if you would have told me, like 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, I'd be sat here talking to somebody in Canada, like on a live, I'd be like, nah, it's not possible. And you know what? Like I said, with this thing, like the laptop thing, I was like, you know what? It was killing me, and I thought, shit. But then I started playing around, and I thought, right, so how does it do that? So all it is, I always work it out in the end, and I just like, right, because I watched somebody else, and I thought, how the fucking hell are they doing that? I'm doing it on my phone. You can't do it on your phone. And then I was just like, I thought it was so stressing me out, and I was like, and then I was tapping away at it, and I went into a little private thing where no one could see what I was doing. I'm just like doing a little thing, and I thought, right, so if I do that and I do that, then I can work that. And then look, even like little banners and stuff, like where we can put like that, like, look, live to Canada with Donny and Morag.
Cody, cool, I love how it takes time, right? Nothing happens, man. You're learning as it goes, and we're here for it. And like, I love how you put a little bit of money on there. You know, then you weed out some people and you get some good people. People tell 2 people, and those 2 people tell 2 other people.
Yeah.
Like,
what it is. Go on.
Israel's watching you from Mexico, you know?
Yeah, man. Israel. You know? Viva la Mexico.
I told him.
So there's a guy, right? There's a guy, I don't know if he's your thing, right? There's a guy on YouTube that I watch called Bald and Bankrupt, right? He's extremely wealthy, right? And what he does, he travels the world, and this guy was a military intelligence officer with the MI5, MI6 in the UK, military intelligence 5 and military intelligence 6. He's now retired or whatever, but he made a lot of money. And the guy travels around the world, and he's like multilingual, and he takes in cultures and things like that. Goes to like where is it? Where there was a reactor that blew up near Russia, and he went there. I can't remember. And he goes to all these places. He's in Mexico at the minute, actually, and they've got into Sinaloa. They've got into Sinaloa.
That's crazy.
And they're trying to. He goes into. I think in Mexico they're called barrios, which are like neighborhoods.
Yeah,
barrios. So they've gone into Mexico. Three massive YouTubers: Simon Wilson, Harold Badar, and Bald and Bankrupt, right? And what they do, they go around, and this guy he's very well spoken. He's a posh boy, but he goes to rough places. He went to Bolivia, and he was trying to get mugged in Bolivia. He didn't want to get mugged, but he said, I've been told it's rough around here. He's like, yeah, don't go down there. Don't have your camera out. So he does. And he has great interactions with people. And it's just amazing. So I'll tell you what, as we're on the phone, I'll send you his I'll WhatsApp you his channel. I watch this guy a lot, man. It might not be for you, but I think he's amazing.
I'd probably like it.
Hold on, yeah. So the hitchhiking through Sinaloa, Mexico's narco state.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit there in Sinaloa.
Yeah, man. It really does sound naughty.
That's
where El Chapo. El Chapo's cartel are the Sinaloa cartel, aren't they?
Yeah, yep.
I've just texted you there. That's what I just sent you there.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, that's crazy. How about Chapo getting out, eh? Like how he dug out?
I've seen it.
You know?
I've seen it.
Yeah, but he's not getting out anymore. He's in the same prison that Epstein was in.
And the Supermaxed him off, didn't they?
Yeah, and Jizzy's in it now. Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, she'll have a nasty accident.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think she will.
Do you not reckon so?
No, they're gonna keep her she's singing like a bird, man.
Yeah. And then, I watched that after we spoke, right, the last time when we did the proper long live and we were talking really in depth. I went and watched the Ricky Gervais. I watched it about 10 times. What he said at them Oscars, and he was telling me Ellen DeGeneres has gone, Tom Hanks is gone, and he's like, and he was going on. He said this film is about someone and they didn't kill themselves, just like Jeffrey Epstein. And then he said, I know he's all your friend, and he was all like, some awkward fucking shit going on in that room. And then he was like, last time, I don't care. He said, I'm only joking. I never did. And then he said, he went on about someone that made a license plate. He said, Felicity Huffman. And he said, that's the most embarrassing thing ever. And her dad was in like Wild Hogs or something. And I watched the thing. He's going on about Martin Scorsese and The Irishman. And I was watching it. And then he's like, and even he made about Leonardo DiCaprio. He said, one time they attended a premiere that lasted so long that by the time it was finished, Leonardo DiCaprio's date was too old for him. Said, even Prince Andrew's like, fucking come on, Leo, you're nearly 50. And I was just like, oh, shit. And he was sort of awkwardly laughing like, haha. I'm just like, fucking, some heavy shit, you know.
It's going down. It's going down right now. Like right now, it's going down. And next year, listen to my words, next year, we'll be able to watch it. I don't know if it'll be like pay-per-view or we'll be able to watch the military tribunals where they're going to court and getting hammered for everything they've done to humanity, man. Believe me.
So PD Bullet, go on. Sorry, Morag, Karen.
No, man. It's happening.
No, so go on.
The world's going to change. It's just, it needs time. You can't plan something that took 20 years to get here. And like, I don't know where you were on 9/11, but I remember it. It was all set up.
I was actually in Bosnia with my regiment. Was in Sipovo.
Wow.
When it happened, I was in because they had like these little porta cabins that we was in. Right, I was padded up with a mate of mine, Danny, who's my best friend, and we was padded. What's that?
Were you in tents?
No. So there was like porta cabins. Like there was literally like a porta cabin was like a room. So there was just loads of porta cabins. There was probably 10 wide and then 10 on top with stairs and stuff. It was just nice little thing. But we was in the cabin, and it was like quick. So we all went running to the naffy. The naffy's like the little, like you get all your food and drinks and stuff. So we ran in there. And it was on the big screen. And as we got there, a couple of minutes, and then the second one hit the tower. And then so we was actually there. We was in Bosnia, in Sipovo, as part of the stabilization force. Sorry, go on.
Did you watch the Bush thing where in the school he's talking to the kids? It's like plane, hit, building. It's like, holy fuck. It's like, it was all planned, man.
Hold on, I'm just looking at it. Someone's saying here, so PD Bullies, who's in Waterford in Ireland, said, yeah, good question. How did Morag find your channel?
I don't know if you... I saw you on another... Yeah, I saw you. Yeah. And really, I've watched him for years and followed his story, like from when he was in prison, you know. And honestly, I've never followed any other YouTuber ever. But when I watched you and I listened to you, I was like, this guy's for real, man, and he's polite, and I like your story.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
So
who's this? Go on, I'll shut up. I need to stop interrupting.
Like eat pedos. I love that. To me, that's like everybody in the world should be like that. Let's take them all down. Let's get rid of the pedos, man.
So, thingy says here, Tourette's, ask Morag about Rachel Chandler. Rachel Chandler.
Oh, yeah, Rachel Chandler. She was like,
that?
Okay, so Rachel Chandler is handler. So she was the handler for the kids that went on Epstein's plane.
Ah, that's why you might have asked me the question. I was like,
yeah.
I had no idea.
I'm telling
you.
Yeah,
I didn't know who she was.
Yeah, it's all coming out. I'm telling you. It's like right now, like the Durham report got released. There's like hundreds of thousands of indictments, man. People are getting arrested. So right now they're probably getting arrested. They're at Gitmo and they're having military tribunals, you know? So when that happens, they don't get the choice to like post bail or anything. And Trump signed a law that if you get like arrested for crimes against humanity or raping children, that all your assets, they're gone right away. He signed it, an executive order. So that was the setup for it, right? So now all these big stars are getting arrested. We don't know about it, but they're gone, man. They're nowhere to be found.
I think you said Tom Hanks, Elaine DeGeneres, and all them.
They're gone.
Rita Maloney says Rachel will come up in Maxwell's trial.
Yep, for sure. Oh yeah,
crazy.
She's singing like a bird, man. And it's not just about that; it's about the world. We've been slaves for too long, you know. We're enslaved to the government, and really, he's trying to get us out of that. Everybody, not just here, not just in America, Canada. He's trying to get Britain out of it. Germany, she's shaking in her boots. That one, they're all related. They're all weirdos, man.
Yeah. So Tourette says that's why the Rothschilds are selling property.
Yep, that's why. They're trying, right? And like Soros too, he's running like the Black Lives Matter thing. That's all a paid thing, you know? There's no black people doing it. They're all white anarchists. Running around, setting fires, busting buildings. Yeah, and like the debate the other night was fucking hilarious. You know, Trump just got him where he wanted him. You know?
Who's this Biden?
Yeah, man. He got him to admit that he's against climate change. Like, he's like, oh, you're for climate change then? He's like, no, I'm for the Biden way. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You're all about climate change. Like, they're trying to push that, you know, that everybody's got to change their way of life and don't run the water and don't put the heat on. No more cars. No more airplanes. No more oil drilling. What the fuck are you talking about, man? No, because they know that they're in trouble. They're going to push everything until the election. They're going to push everything they can.
It's crazy, and it's only a month away, isn't it?
Yeah, and my interest.
When did he go to the polls? When did he go to the polls? Like, when did it? So, is it early, like 4th of November or something? Or
November 3rd. So it's coming, and like, boy, the shit's gonna come. The rest are gonna come. I watch it like it's like a fucking TV show, man. It's like, for me, it's like a movie. It's already been said. Like Q, I know people think Q's a big farce, but it's not. It's a military operation. And like Q said, just watch, enjoy the show. Get your popcorn. It's a movie we're watching, man. It's already done. Everything's done.
someone said here, Trump is the most powerful man on earth. That's scary. Jonesy says, what do you think about R. Kelly facing life in prison?
That's good, because he shouldn't have done. But I think they manipulated his brain when he was young, like the MK Ultra shit. Like, look at all the people that are crazy now, you know? Like, look at Britney Spears. Today, that one Paris Hilton came out, basically said she was MK Ultra. Look at what's that guy? What's that rapper's name? What's that rapper's name?
Is it 6ix9ine?
No, but same thing goes for him. How do you get out after doing all those murders? Right?
Singing like a prayer canary. Proper singing like a bird. Singing like a bird.
His name that's married to Kim Kardashian. That one.
Oh, Kanye West.
Yeah, you see Kanye West? He basically came out and said it. He said, like, they MK Ultra'd him and they were trying to feed him drugs, and he came out against them all saying they're Satanists, you know?
R. Kelly's a toucher, put him in a box.
Exactly. Raping young girls, man.
Just have a look, yeah.
I'm just all for the kids. I just don't want any more kids in the world to be harmed.
I'm just having a look. Biden owns part of the island next to Epstein.
Yep. So does that famous model. So does Disney. Disney has an island conveniently close to the Epstein. And the Jizzy one, Ghislaine Maxwell, she had a submarine license, no? What a good way to get kids back and forth.
Shit, man.
Think of it. Like, that's what I'm telling you. Cody, if you're into it, like, it's so gory and so freaky, you can't believe it's true, man, that people would actually do that to children, you know?
Yeah.
But it's all there. They've cemented in all Epstein Island now. It's all cemented. But they got all, like Trump said it the other night. He said, we've got it all. It's all on tape. They've got everything.
Someone saying here they're all Satan worshippers. They sectioned Kanye West and deemed him to be crazy for speaking the truth, man.
Yep. But now, like, he's out there running for president.
Yeah.
But you know why they're doing that, right? That's probably a favor back for Trump saving him. That's probably like they're trying to get like the vote split so it all doesn't go. Like Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, because I'm black, I gotta vote for you? Like, you're fucking crazy. Like, I'm more into what's going on over there than I am Canada, because it's about the world. They're saving
So Chris
kids.
John Wright says, Morag, do you like Fox News? Fox is for Trump.
I go on to alternative news. I don't really follow the.
Who do you watch though? So like, would you watch like Al Jazeera?
No, I go into like more like YouTube people that actually research and do the work. And
so rather than be the biased media.
Yeah, I'm not into because they bullshit, man. And like, look, I worked in film for 18 years. I know what goes on behind the scenes. I've seen it with my own eyes, you know. And
what do you think of these? Go on. Sorry, go on.
I'm about saving children. That's all I care about is the children of the world. Give them a chance, you know.
Someone says here, I watch RT News, which is Russian television news. I've been on RT News. And a journalist rang me and I said, I'm going to have to be quick, mate, because I'm literally sat in front of a teleprompter. He said, what are you doing? I said, the RT News. He said, nah, Russian propaganda. And he put the phone down.
To anyone out there that really, you know, does want to know about what stuff's going on, there's a channel called X22. This guy's name's Dave, and he does a report every day about what's going on, like the real truth. And like he's got facts to back it up. It's not like bullshit, you know. And and it's going down, man. It's happening. I've been following it for years. It's like we're waiting on pins and needles, like for the arrests, no?
And
then, can you imagine? They all get arrested, and then they got to go to Gizmo and get hung.
Oh shit! Be crazy. Someone says here, what do you think of the Simpsons predictions, Morag, about them? They predicted a lot of things that have come to pass.
Well, exactly. They weren't predictions, were they? They knew what was happening. You know,
Matthew Grogan.
It was a play. It's a plan, man. It's been a plan. And if people can't see it,
I'm just going for a piss. Carry on.
Yeah, I'll keep chatting. People need to open their eyes and look around and not listen to the news. They're biased. They're all for the wrong guys, you know? Like if you dig into it, there's facts. There's like, if you look at the Clintons, there's over 300 people that have been murdered that are close to them, man. It's like they're Satanists. They eat babies. They're like kill kids. Anyone that wants to look at something really terrifying, go on YouTube, put in John Podesta brutalizing children, and you'll hear it. You hear them, man. And it's like, if you can listen to that and not get sick to your stomach, then there's something wrong with you. Because anyone beating up on kids is like something well wrong with them. And I'm no conspiracy theorist, you know. I'm really not. Like, I didn't believe all this stuff, but my brother's very intelligent. I'd say Donny and him are at par. You know, they're pretty smart guys. And so my brother,
Donny's extremely clever.
So my brother told me about this, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, you know, whatever. But then I listened to him and I watched, and I was like, holy fuck. And then it's like almost an addiction. You're waiting for this stuff you hear, man, it'd make you sick. Like they have tapes of Clinton and her Uba Abedin having sex with a little girl, and then they cut her face off.
Oh, you mentioned this last time.
Yeah.
I'm sure you mentioned this last time. I'm sure.
They cut her face off, the child. Like, there's something wrong with you when you're doing shit like that, man. They're Satanists. And so the 12 cops that had the recording of that, 9 of them have been killed.
Convenient.
Exactly.
Okay. Someone said here, like, oh no, they've already asked you that about that. So what? There's people saying. Someone says here, Cody, Google John Podesta and Chester Bennington and tell me they don't look similar.
Yeah, they're the same. That's his kid, man. And Trudeau, the guy that runs our country, you know who his father is? Castro.
Fidel Castro.
Yep. If you look at pictures of Castro and Justin Trudeau, that's his kid. They're all like weirdos. They're all like, you know, like Margaret Trudeau, right after she had Justin, she went over there 2 days after to Cuba. That's
marginal. That everyone's going on here about that Andrea, the blood vial thing with the scared kids and the drink it and it.
Adrenochrome.
That's the one. I can't pronounce
it. It's in our faces. It's in movies. It's in, like, they've put it in our faces. Like I said, if anyone looks at the Super Bowl, like, that's our footy, right? The football.
Yeah.
If you look at the halftime shows, that's why a lot of people tune in, like women, really, tune in for the halftime shows. The halftime shows are full of Satanist shit. Snakes and fire and...
I've heard of like subliminal messages as well. Like subliminal messages underneath and stuff.
They're in our faces so much that they've gotten us used to it. And you see all the stars or the famous people, whatever you want to call them. I don't give a shit about them. But they all cover the eye. There's like thousands of pictures. They're all fucking freaks, man. You got to do something to get up that high.
So PD Bully says, what's Morag's take on the plane that disappeared, MH19 or whatever it was called?
Yeah, they probably blew it up in the air, right?
I remember that. It's just, what about JFK? What are your thoughts on JFK's assassination?
I think Bush Sr. did it. And that was the beginning of the plan. And like people say that Junior's coming back. I don't know if I believe that. But people say that JFK, Junior's coming back. And that's because like what Q says, it's going to be biblical. At the end, it'll be biblical. So when you think of biblical, you think of like Jesus returning,
The second coming, yeah.
Right. So it could be, who knows? Maybe it's Michael Jackson. Maybe it's JFK. Maybe it's Princess Diana. Some people say, I don't believe that, but some people believe it. But there are pictures of a guy that looks like JFK and his wife. So who fucking knows, man? But definitely they had him killed, right? And like,
so go on, carry on.
Trump, for example, the military were fed up after 9/11. And like, we're fighting all these wars. People are like going to war, losing their life over wars over nothing that we don't even belong in, They're not our wars, man. But now
what do you think about the... Oh, go on. Sorry, Karen. All right, Karen.
For the first time in history, there's peace in the Middle East. There's never, in my lifetime, I don't remember peace in the Middle East.
No.
But Trump did that. And everybody said he's going to go to war with North Korea. No. He's not at war. We're not at war. Everything he did, everything he said, he did, he promised, they came true. And politicians don't do that. He's not a politician, man. The military went to him. They knew he had a clean background, and they were like, we need you for the job. And you're going to be, like when Clinton didn't win, oh my God, on the newscast here, people were crying that she didn't win, They never thought she was going to lose because they had it all in play, for the setup.
Celebration, for winning.
Yeah, but she lost, and ever since then, man, it's been the shit show because they're going down for treason and crimes against humanity. And like, all you got to do is look at that Ricky Gervais thing. Like, that says it right there, man. He told them right to their face, "You're all a bunch of fucking pedos."
So Kenny H says, what do you reckon about, right, he's saying Illuminati is the top of the pyramid.
Yeah. And the high Masons, no?
What do you reckon about Michael Jackson? Someone else asked.
I think he was killed, or maybe he's not killed. Maybe he is on the run, and they're protecting him. But he definitely said they were trying to kill him. He said it, and his family said it too. They were trying to kill him.
Someone else asks, "What do you believe that the Pope is Antichrist?"
Yep.
Do you know what? Go on.
And I believe there's been tons of children killed. I believe they're all in the Vatican underneath. Yeah, I believe if you look at pictures of Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump with Pope, that'll say it all, man. The evil that they looked at him with, he's going down too. We're gonna get back to people being nice to each other and people loving each other and people being friendly and people being able to work for a buck and make it. How can anyone make it now? You can't even go get a regular job and pay your bills.
economic crash and stuff.
Yeah, that's what they did. They set us up so we're all like the bottom feeders, man. You know, we got to beg for fucking, and they put people on welfare to keep them down so they don't have an opinion. Put you down, keep you down, you know, instead of raising you up, you know. And like Trump, he's going after like the drug people, and he's making it hard for like fentanyl to get in, you know. That's why the wall was built. It's not about people, it's about bringing drugs. And basically the Clintons used to send guns over, and the drugs were like the payoff. So keep everybody down, make them addicted to drugs, get them sick, and then you got chaos, right?
So Tourette says here, ask Morag what did Cappy do to fuck up? And Hank's producer jumped off the 27th floor. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Isaac Cappy. Yeah, maybe it's him. Maybe he's not dead. But I did see that too. And like I used to follow Isaac Cappy. He's a bit of a nutter there, but he did out them all. He outed them all. He said from A to B, you know, like A to Z, these are the pedos. And I've been in the room and I've seen it. And so, I mean, Isaac Cappy, I don't know if he sold out at the end, or when he talked to a good man. Was he talking about Trump? I don't know. Was he killed? I don't know. They show him on the ground, but they could CGI that into. I worked in film. They can CGI in. You know.
Who's this Ronan Farrow guy? Right. Someone just asked Dominic Calvert-Lewandowski. Who Dominic Calvert's a footballer, and then he changed the last name. He says Roman Farrow is the guy, and I know Ricky Gervais mentioned Ronan Farrow as well.
Ronan Farrow is Mia Farrow's son. And Mia Farrow used to be married to Woody Allen, and then their adopted kid, he fucked off with her as a child and married her.
Not Ronan,
Woody.
Oh, Woody.
So
And
Ronan
go on.
has exposed a lot of the pedophilia and a lot of the not rights from what they're doing. I mean, even his own father, Woody Allen. Well, some people say Frank Sinatra might have been his dad. Oh, look at Donny.
These are the little muffins. That was
you got muffins.
Little baby-sized muffins made by Muffin Mouse.
I can't eat them.
I've seen them. I saw it the other day. Someone's asking if you think the Earth is flat. Like, what you think about that?
About what?
If you believe the Earth is flat.
No, but I do believe that there's a place. What was that guy's name, Donnie? The general, or that went into the place and he said, "Oh, what the fuck."
Someone say here the world ends at Area 51.
No, I believe that there's stuff that we don't know, though. I believe that there is possibility that there's places like, what was that guy's name? The general, and he wrote about it. Going to a beautiful place, and I don't know, my brother knows a lot more about that. Like, my brother's so deep into the wars and knows so much.
Yeah. Someone saying here, Dr. Peter Hellier.
Yeah. Isn't that the one from that exposed them all in Finland or something? Or
No idea. And then he says, someone else says, Morag, where is Rachel Chandler?
I think she's being protected.
Bob Lazar. Yeah. I've seen about Bob Lazar. This is the alien guy who used to work at Area 51, and they tried to discredit him, but he knew too much.
Yeah, but the other, like a couple weeks ago, Don Jr. interviewed his dad, and he said, "We all want to know, is there really aliens?" And then Trump smiled and he said, "I'd like to tell you, but I can't." But there's there's stuff going on. Maybe they did go to Mars already. Like if you look up videos, there's on the moon, was it? Or Mars? No, the moon. There's like cars and shit, like they blew it up. It's like crazy. My brother's into that way more than me. I just kind of listen
Do you
to him.
believe the moon landings were faked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Stanley Kubrick, like after he died, you know, he died right after he made that film with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. Well, Nicole Kidman's father from Australia is like a known pedo, right?
Serious?
He left to Australia, and then he said he committed suicide. So, you know, you're brought up in it, right? Believe me.
1,000%. Everyone's proper into this chat.
Are they?
I'm just as I'm talking to you, I'm just flicking through the comments and stuff.
I'm telling you,
Ask
Cody.
her about PD Bully says, ask her about Elon Musk, Cody. Elon Musk.
I don't know that one.
I don't know. It just says there on the screen there. Elon Musk. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I think like the wife of Musk. What's
I don't
his
know.
name? Anyway, there's
Elon Musk. I don't know.
There's a restaurant in LA. You can go and you can order fresh meat, fresh human meat.
What the fuck?
Like I'm telling you, Cody, if you got into this shit, you'd be like, what the fuck? I'll just go order a piece of baby. It's like crazy shit, man.
So this Elon Musk owns this Tesla, the car company Tesla.
Oh, right. Well, Elaine, what's his name? Musk, yeah. Well, his wife, her sister owns the restaurant in LA that you can go. It's closed down now, but you could order fresh human meat. They're all in it, man. It's like they're all Satanists. They're fucking weirdos.
Apparently, he's doing some space thing as well. This Elon Musk who owns Tesla, he's talking about doing some sort of moon, sort of like rocket sort of thing.
Yeah, right. He's supposed to be in with Trump on this, but I don't know. Trump might be just using him. Trump keeps a lot of enemies close.
Well,
yeah. He's
what
not
do you think about? Sorry, what do you make of David Icke?
I don't know.
Not what to make of him. He's the British guy. He's been on Sean's channel.
Yeah, I know all about him. Like some of this.
Not too sure what to make of him.
I believe most of the stuff what he says is true about like the royals and all that shit. But some of the stuff I don't know. Like he hates Trump, right? So I'm not with him on that.
Yeah.
He thinks Trump's one of them, but he's not.
Best friends with Bill Gates, both most powerful men on earth.
Yep.
I don't know.
Bill Gates is trying to kill off the lower people in the world, you know? Like he went to Africa and injected them, you know, trying to kill the people. And like, who's going to trust someone to make a vaccine like that when he can't even run our computers right? Microsoft, you know? You can't even fix the goddamn virus on my computer. Who are you? You know? It's all about money, man. Money, power, egos, greed. Cody, they think they're better than us, you know?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find this question here. Ask Morag, Tourette's ask Morag what she thinks about the Vanderbilts and where is Wiener's laptop.
Yep, they've got Wiener's laptop. The Trump's got it. And the Vanderbilts, well, Gloria Vanderbilt, she died last year. But her son, Anderson Cooper, he goes by Anderson Cooper, but he's really her son. He's on CNN. He spewts out more bullshit. But his brother died like about, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And then all of a sudden, Kathy Griffin comes out. Kathy Griffin's a comedian.
Yeah, I've heard of her. Is she American?
Yeah, but I think that's really Anderson Cooper's brother, that they suicided. Like another thing they all do is like they get kids and then all of a sudden they're little boys, but they're dressed as little girls.
It's fucking mad. It's some fucked up shit going on in the world.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, how many people from the States, you know, adopted black children, and now the black children are all trans, and like you're telling me
non-binary and all that stuff.
Like Charlize Theron, her little boys are now little girls. They're like little people. How are you telling me you're trans when you're 4 or 5 years old? You know, it's like they're crazy, man. Like it's like Hugh says, it's a mirror. Everything they say, reverse it.
Someone
like
says here, what do you think about Brian Harvey, the UK singer guy? I think he was nonced, part of some paedophile. I think he was abused. He was a singer in the UK called Brian Harvey.
Oh yeah, I don't know him. I'd look into it though.
Yeah.
But like, look at the political system. You know, in the UK, they're all a bunch of fucking nonsense, man.
Yeah.
They're all like they're all weirdos. So you got to be. What they do is they get stuff on them. They probably drug them, make them have sex with kids or something, and then they show them. They're like, "This is what we got on you." So from now on, you follow our rules.
Otherwise, we'll out you.
Exactly. And like, there's just so many of them. There's so many of the weirdos. They're weirdos, man. You can't even believe that that's going on in the world. Like, I can't even imagine someone hurting a kid, you know? But it happens.
People are just, the comment section is going mad.
Is it?
Yeah, honestly.
Does everybody think I'm crazy or what? Y'all think I'm crazy?
No, you have a look at the questions, what are coming in. Everyone's on it. That's why so many people are knowledgeable on the subject.
Like Cody, I can't turn my head to look at the comments because I've got the plug in my phone.
There was one person that was like, she's clearly crazy. Everyone else is engaged. Everyone else is engaged, and he's on the thing. And they're commenting. Yeah, ask Morag what she thinks about Gordon Gordon Stuckless.
Let me see. I don't know.
Gordon Stuckless, apparently.
I don't know, but I'll look that up.
Hold on. What's this? Cody, is this what we're trying to pay him for? Conspiracy theories. You're not actually paying for this. This is free on the platform. And you've not subscribed to my membership anyway. Like I said, it's an open platform, guys. Like I said, I don't know enough about it, and I probably need to educate myself. But
yeah, we're just
there's definitely more going on.
I don't want to like.
Go on.
I don't want to brainwash anyone. Just do your research, and if you come up with your own conclusion, that's great. I've done my research, and I can see through my own eyes. And I wish it wasn't true. I think
we answered this last time. What did you think about Bin Laden?
Hiding in the cave or what? Or getting killed or what?
Just, I think in general, like, is he alive? Is he dead?
He's dead.
Did the SEAL team get him?
Yeah. He's gone.
Is he still about? Hold on, I'm just having a look.
No, he's gone.
The cheeky lad ain't paid shit, right? Because there's a lad saying, is this what we're paying for? And then the poetry has just said, you cheeky bastard, you've not paid nothing.
Yeah,
just
exactly. We know who's here, right? We know who.
Yeah, man. Like I said, it's
tonight was just like just a random. Donnie wanted to tell his story, and
yeah, man.
We wanted to catch up, say hi, and that's what we did.
Man, I love it, dude. All it is, I'm going to shoot in a second, Morag, only because, right, behind me, right, stay there, I'll show you.
You got your food?
No, I've not even cut. It's literally like 3:05, and it's literally like, so I'll show you.
What's for dinner tonight, Cody? What's for dinner tonight, brother?
So I've got literally, so you can't really see it there, but like, so 2 chicken breasts covered in pepper, and then I'm just going to boil some veg. It'll take me about an hour to do it. 1 sec. I'm in my boxes, man.
That's nice. Clean food. Right on.
So, yeah.
Same here.
All it is, I've got a load of veg as well. Like I've got a bag of veg that I've already got in the thing. So I'm just going to boil that, and I'll probably eat about 20 to 4 or something, and then I'm going to try and get me head down.
I made some homemade soup, some chicken soup. So that's what we're having for dinner. We haven't eaten either. probably going fucking.
So what time? So are you? I always get confused. 4 hours behind us, aren't you? Five. So it is now like 5:10.
Yeah.
For you guys, and it's like 3:05 here.
Love y'all.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Do you know what? It's deep, man. I love it, and I've got to think of a title in my head. I'm talking about Hurricane. You've been talking about Hurricane Wilma and Donny and you, and yeah, man.
Cut me off at the end. Just cut me off. Donny up.
No, it's all right. It's all right. So Morag and Donny, both absolute legends, both class storytellers from randomness. That's it, Cody. The training, I don't know what that means. Nicky Mark. Can bang your bro, skinless chicken breast. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice marinating. It's not marinating. I've just literally cracked some. I love black. I never used to eat black pepper, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Maybe some lemon on top of your veg would be great.
Yeah, I just literally salt and a little bit of salt in my thingy, but I don't put salt on my food anymore.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. You don't cook with it.
Morag and Donny, we love you. Learned so much. Thanks for your time from PPP, as you call him.
Love you too, honey.
Cody, go and visit Morag.
Yeah,
someone just messaged me here. Hold on, I'll have to cover his number, but look, so
Cody's coming. Don't worry.
I'll show you at the bottom.
What does it say?
So I'll read it to you. So it says, I've loved this chat because Morag. Hold on. I love this chat, mate, because Morag has strengthened my belief in the research and conclusions I've come to.
Right on.
And that's literally like at the bottom. You probably can't see it, but I'm reading it. I've loved this chat, mate, because Morag has strengthened my beliefs in the research and conclusions I've come to. So you're singing on the same hymn sheet.
Yeah, like I say, I'm not here to like change anyone's minds. I'm just saying do your own research. And when you do your own research, you know, you come to your own conclusion, right? I did my own research. So, and like Donny wasn't with it for a long time. And I was like, okay, you know, we can be different, have different opinions. Now Donny's like right on board. He's like, holy fuck.
Like you said, you got your own, you're very opinionated. You've got strong opinions. You've done your research, and that's why you've come to the conclusion you've come to. If other
people don't agree with me, like I don't put you down, or you know, it's like okay, like we can agree to disagree. That's the world we live in. We have to have harmony with each other. It's like you can have a different opinion. I may not like it, but we can discuss it, and that's just beautiful. That's what life's about: learning and loving each other.
Just broke out for a second there.
Anyway, we love you, Cody. Donny's here to say goodnight. Night, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you so much again, Cody. Thank you. Oh, hey.
Donny, there's nothing to be grateful for. Do you know what? We're literally coming up for the 4 hour mark, right? I've absolutely loved it. And
oh my God.
I've loved it. Absolutely. I genuinely do love it. It's interesting. It's fascinating. And you tell a story in a way that no one else can. And it makes it like, it's just, you just in depth, and then we managed to incorporate some footage as well, which obviously was just from YouTube.
That was brilliant. Here's a quick riddle for you.
Go on.
How many Cody Lachey's does it take to change a light bulb?
Go on. Probably about 10, to be honest with you.
Zero. He doesn't need it. He has a light from within that shines out towards all the people that come in contact with him. We love you so much.
I absolutely love that. I love it. I love it. I genuinely love it.
Suffer inside because somebody gave you a compliment. Suffer.
I know. Yeah, look. So again, Mermaid with a Broken Tail Night, Donny and Morag, loads of like sleeping Z's. Yes, Donny lad from PPP. Good night, Morag and Donny from Nicky Mark.
Night, everyone.
People talk and just hold on. There'll be some more people argue in the comment section.
Yeah, they're always there.
Yeah, it's just love, man. It's just love. Night, Donny Morag. Big respect to you both. Blessed from South Wales, from Marcus.
Oh, night, Marcus, honey. Thanks the other day for your.
hold on. As he's on, 1 second. I'm just gonna. Oh no, I was gonna make him a moderator. He's already a moderator on the channel.
He's good people, man. Good people.
Right. No, people are asking me to stay on. I'm not staying on, guys. I've got some chicken to cook. I've got some veg to boil. And I'm very grateful for Donny and for Morag as always. And I love it. So from Manchester all the way to Leamington, which is in Ontario, which is the county, I guess we call it, as they call it, state. State, right word, state?
Province.
Province. So yeah, and then so from here, from Manchester all the way to Leamington in Ontario. I'm going to leave it there, guys.
Night. Love you, Cody.
We love you, Morag. Donny, thank you very much. Morag, very grateful. I'm just going to finish it.
Do your little chat. Finish up, okay? Bye, babe. Bye.
Bye, babe. Bye.